I'm not even centered. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's get some copyright in this stream. How do I even center myself here? Hold up. Alright, we're good. You can see my messed up bed on this side. You can see the heavens above on this side. You can see my lighting and my posters. We're good. Okay. Right. Oh my God, sketch. Said you know what? Okay. So there's a couple of things I want to do before we actually get going into the game. Overwatch 2 released an animated short for Kiriko. That's the name of the character. And I kind of want to watch that video first before we start. Just because, why not? And then, also, for anyone who was here during the last stream, you guys know I killed someone that I did not want to kill. Abigail fucking died. And I was pissed. So, off stream, I did a completely separate playthrough where I'm at that point before she dies, and I can actually save her this time. And we'll try to save her on stream again. If I somehow manage to fuck it up this time, that's on me. But Pajama time. I want to do that again and get through that, play through that, because it was such a bullshit death. I was so pissed off by it. But hopefully nothing goes bad. I will continue on. But one of the things that happened when I played through the playthrough, I think I'm missing out on like certain things because I was kind of trying to speed through it at certain times. So I missed out on like some tarot cards, some clues, some pieces of evidence and stuff like that. But yeah, my right leg has been hurting and I was told that it's a side effect. Oh no, that's not good. What kind of pain? Like muscle pain? Ligament pain? Hopefully it's not. My lower back is hurting, but that's because I was lifting things incorrectly. I was not taking care of my back while I was lifting things. Dango, 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 dai kazoku. Ah. In the joints? That's not good. Because I have a feeling in the inner side of my right knee. Don't feel right sometimes. So hopefully it doesn't progress and gets worse. I'm trying to take care of it, but we'll see how that progresses. But you know, yeah, last stream I couldn't save someone and it pissed me off. So we're there, but I am missing bits and pieces of that I had in the previous playthrough, and maybe I might be having some slightly different choices. But overall, I think nothing too dramatic changed. I try to keep it as similar as possible to what I was doing last time, but hopefully it's nothing too bad. 1 second, I need to see what I just got. Okay, never mind. That was nothing. We're gonna watch the Kiriko thing here, because Overwatch 2. I still want to play Overwatch 2. I've got to play a little bit of it, and it seemed a lot funner with just it being 5 different people. So hopefully that goes well. Oh my god, my lower back. I really should have taken care. I'm getting older. Oh my god, I'm getting older. Okay. Overwatch 2. Let me go to the start of this. I'm gonna open this. Bring that over there. Pause that. Desktop this. Full screen this. Full screen it again. And just hit play. Nope. And I hit pause again. JK. Yes.
Jenny told me when she first saw you, she was like, wow, this guy's dedicated to wearing contacts every day.
What can I say? My eyes.
I was like,
yeah, that's crazy. You know me. I've been wearing contacts, everyone, this entire time. Debated.
oh, you're streaming?
Yes.
He doesn't have hazel eyes. They're not hazel eyes. It's fake.
Yeah,
it's
just contacts.
It should have been me. Honestly, I should have been the one who got that.
Just buy some contacts.
But it's fake. It's not cute. It's nothing. It's fake.
Okay.
Everything about him's fake.
Okay, bye.
Love you.
Hitsuga in action. Okay. Kiriko. Iko.
Hi, Mr. Yoshida.
Oh,
okay.
hi, Kiriko.
Oh, wait, this is in
Donuts
Japan
for
then.
dinner again?
These aren't just any donuts. They're Fox Festival donuts with spirit sprinkles. Wanna
Sprinkles?
try one?
Okay.
No, thank you.
Kitsune
But I
Matsuri?
hope you and your mother enjoy them.
She's here.
Oh god.
Ah, let me guess. She brought her vacuum.
Yep. You know, someone came to work with me today, and she's very excited to see you.
Oh, she got a little fox mask there, like the Anbu in Naruto. Oh, she's sign language.
You're getting so good at that.
Oh, they're doing sign language. I'm a fox, not a rep. Yeah, you idiot.
But of course. Oh, I've got something for you.
Oh, that's so sweet, actually. What the hell? What's that? A squirrel.
Aww.
What is that? Oh, she wears that. So it's not actually good protection. She just wears that.
Well, I should get
Oh,
going.
this is actually really,
See you
really
later,
fucking
little
wholesome.
fox. Mr. Yoshida, pray for me.
Oh, that's mecha kawaii. Mecha kawaii.
Kiriko, it's not safe here anymore. Just last week, someone in this building was robbed at gunpoint. You should never have moved out. I brought you groceries.
Mom, you're overreacting.
I'm not overreacting. Please, tell me this is not your dinner.
I like to have subtitles, even if I understand what they're saying.
Mom, look at
Yeah,
me.
took them all.
I'm totally protected by the
She's so
fox
sick of her.
spirit, just like Grandma was.
Your grandmother is gone. And I will not lose you too.
Oh.
But Mom, the fox spirit can block bullets and balance your blood sugar. She's an all-purpose kind of spirit. All-purpose. Like flour. Which makes... donuts.
You know I have a sword, right?
I'm pretty sure
fine.
I had this theory. I thought they were like cousins or something, but I thought they were related to Genji and Hanzo.
Stay up all night worrying about you.
Or she was, rather.
Stop training with me. Kanezaka's falling apart, and I don't.
Maybe it's like
know
people in the family member have different
Faith
spirit animals that protect them.
isn't enough.
For the Shimada brothers, it's like dragons. For her, maybe it's like fox.
You may not believe in the fox spirit.
A new Overwatch character.
but Grandma told me.
Overwatch 2 character. She's a healer support that does a shitload of fucking
It's
damage
stronger
with
than you
her
think.
headshots.
Are you?
That's new. Support's doing damage. Hashimoto. Oh shit! Those masks are actually really fire. Who would wear those casually though? They look so stupid. But like they're actually really fire at the same time.
Do you know how ridiculous you sound? Oh,
Those color, yeah, straight up.
protected by an imaginary animal spirit.
Your son owes us a lot of money.
I already told you. I don't know where he is.
Dude, what that hairstyle, the pickle on the forehead.
Think the fox spirit is gonna protect you? We are Hashimoto-san!
Would it kill you to eat?
What the fuck? Dude, he's crazy. Yes. Let the fox spirit protect you. Bro, if you don't jump out there and save him right now,
I just want what's best for you, Kiriko. Kiriko?
you used her ability. She TP'd.
I'm gonna kick every one of you in the face.
Kinda clean, kinda clean. Face kicking time.
What? No one threatens the Hashimoto!
Wait, I don't want to get kicked in the face. I'm gonna call for backup.
What?
Yeah, she's doing headshot damage. Oh, okay. That's kind of loud. Hold up. No! You do not just shoot Mr. Yoshida. Did she just heal him? She just healed him, I think.
Hashimoto. Son?
You, Hashimoto, have preyed on this
Oh
city.
shit! Look at her eyes, dude! That's so clean!
these people for too long. I have a message for you to take back to your boss. Kanezaka is under my protection.
Okay, that's actually pretty fire. That's pretty fucking fire. That's her gang. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, good. That's so awesome. Oh my, bro. She was gonna try to murder him, like straight up. Oh, this is sweet.
Are you okay?
Yeah, he got saved. I thought he was gonna die. Made me happy that he was saved. I know she's a healer, but that looked like a fatal wound right there. And then she just saved his ass. So healers are busted. What can I say?
She's growing up so quickly.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's like what, right here in the chest? That's heart. That's heart level. That could have easily been fatal.
Kiriko.
What have you done? No, now you must live a life of danger. Oh, so sad.
Mom?
I'm trying to see if there's any references to like Genji or Hanzo. Because I swear to God, I thought they were cousins or something for some reason.
Oh. I'll be okay. Maybe I shouldn't have stopped training with you.
Easy peasy. Self-heal, baby. What can I say?
Maybe I judged your donuts a little too harshly.
Asian families.
Maybe moving home for a little while isn't such a bad idea.
That would make me so happy.
What the fuck?
Please don't cry. If you cry, I'm gonna cry.
Your grandma would be so proud of you.
Oh, that was sweet. That was sweet.
Baby is a superhero.
What? There's no references to them being related, though. I could have sworn I thought they were related. Genji. I like how she immediately breaks all the lights after her neighbor was done fixing them. Yeah, this is what they need to do. Honestly, if they want Overwatch to have any sense of relevancy besides a relaunch and part 2, just make a proper series for it with all the characters. Give it the arcane treatment. That'd be pretty cool. Or not, doesn't have to be Netflix. Just make a proper good series. Gotta be honest, after everything that happened in the past year, I didn't think the Overwatch team had it. I didn't either. That was a good watch. Oh, this is another one. You had one too? I never saw this one. Junker Queen, we'll do Junker Queen as well. That one go in? Didn't know they had one for her as well. But this is during beta. I wasn't playing Overwatch at this point. No rules, destroy the world.
Please let the kids stay, you monster. We've
Junker Queen. Is it a junk rat? Oh, she got some PTSD. Oh, I felt that. I felt that.
What? I'm not allowed to have a bad dream.
I still have no idea what this character does in the game.
No wastelander has ever made it to the reckoning before.
That was bright. Oh, that's a shot. Sorry.
But here I am. A free-for-all. With 0 rules.
Oh, these are just random people.
And the survivor gets the throne.
Who the hell is that? The Junker King, Mason Howell.
King Howell has never lost. Not in 13 years of rule.
On the battlefield.
Oh no.
Not until today.
The reckoning begins in 5, 4, 3, 2.
So is it it's a free for all, right? They said.
Did you really think this would be a fair fight? You don't survive the reckoning unless the winner grants you mercy. That's why I've got to win this whole thing.
Okay. Oh, it's not a free for all. They're fighting for him basically. It's a 3v1, even though it's supposed to be a free for all.
Let's get this started.
The fuck is her skills? She has like a magnet thing. Okay. That angle is kind of nutty.
You know how to fight dirty.
Oh, no shot. She just kills him, right? Okay, I thought she was just gonna just lob off his head for a second there.
Speaking of, come on, big boy. Off target? This one. G'day, Mary. What are you smiling about? If you're smart enough to run the Tinkers, why are you working for this stronger? Like you'd be any better.
Did it just lag? I don't know what just happened.
At least I wouldn't shoot my friends in the back.
Man, that's fucked up. Dude's a cheater.
Wastelander scum.
Junker King. Junker King is fucked up.
Because we're stronger than you. You haven't had a real fight. In 13 years, we have them every bloody day.
Okay.
I'm the king. Boil everyone here.
Not in this arena.
The fuck are her abilities? I really don't know what that is. Oh shit, Junkrat's there. We just saw Junkrat. Where's Roadhog then? They're always together. I think, right?
This meathead has a bigger magnet? Figures. Go!
What just happened?
That could have gone better.
Ah, they're gonna be allies now. Okay. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
You idiot! I'll kill you for that!
No. Not today.
We're watching Junker Queen's animation short. We were watching Kiriko's just before this one, hun. How was the party? Did you have fun? Because Kiriko's came out in the last 24 hours, apparently. And I didn't know they had this one.
Mercy.
I'll give you the same mercy you showed my family 13.
Oh, right. The dude that she had the PTSD about was Mason.
Get out of my city.
Dietrich shitface. Are you guys there? Are they all there? Hey, Junkrat.
Well, that turned out all right, didn't it? But now
So Junkrat basically is crazy, but Junker Queen seems like she's sensible and crazy in like a different way. If you're not drinking classmates, came home really drunk. I see. Okay. So those are those shorts. They were good. Oh, what is this? Don't tell me fucking Mason's gonna get a short or a character or something. Junkertown. That Junkertown map looks different than the Junkertown map that I know. And this is just Sojourn gameplay. They don't have a Sojourn trailer. Sojourn is actually busted, I think, in Overwatch 2. But that's the shorts. Game time properly now. We're gonna game now. Well, tell Diedrich to take care and not die. Not die. That'd be nice. Oh, I really like the Kiriko one. Junker Queen was just a little fun like introduction thingy. But Kiriko, I like that one. There was some sweet moments with that one, especially with the sign language with the little girl. That was really nice. Part of me always wish I knew how to sign, to be honest, but I obviously don't know how to sign. So, okay, is this game showing up properly for you guys? All right, so goal is to literally save the life of the one girl that I fucked up on. Oh, this game is not showing up properly at all. Hold on. I'm gonna exit it. I meant to go to settings. Whoops. I was supporting Amalia in the caretaking. He didn't want to drink water or make food, so I helped her getting him to do something. What do you mean properly? Wait, what do you mean properly? What do you mean what I mean? What did I say? I forgot what I said. That's full screen. Well, power to Amalia and you for taking care of him. Oh, I mean, like, no, there was... You could see it, but like there's a part of the screen that was like cut off. Now you can see like the entire, like, I guess in this screen, the keyboard. But earlier I couldn't see like a quarter of the screen for some reason. It wasn't showing up for me. Because when I opened this, I couldn't see the hours that I had on the save files. No, it wasn't supposed to be. The game itself was showing up like that. But yeah, on the second playthrough, it says 11 hours, but that's because I was helping my mom and I just left the game open and it was just running. Whoops. But we're on chapter 6 in this, and where we are in the other one is chapter 7. So we have 2 playthroughs, and since Abigail is dead in this playthrough, the chapter 7 playthrough, we can maybe make that like just fuck everyone up or try to get a different ending type of deal. Like pick different options. But we're gonna go with the Caitlyn one because I really want to save her. I really want to save her. I did speed run through this though. I did speed run through this. Okay, we're gonna continue. Hopefully there's subtitles. I don't know if there is.
Is she like one of those hunter dudes?
I don't think so.
Wouldn't it be rational? I think I was rational last time. Yeah, that's London Tipton.
Do
Brenda's
something?
song.
What can we do? She's dead.
I mean, with the body.
That's Kaylee Hackett.
Mr. H's daughter? I thought she went home with her brother.
Bum 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 bum
Kaylee.
bum 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 bum.
Yeah. I thought so too.
Oh, I also have a theory. I'll talk about it at the end of this chapter, but I have a theory as to what's going on.
You smell so good.
Because it made me realize. Yeah, intervene. Made me realize when Nick was transforming.
Back a bit, huh?
Fuck off, Caitlyn.
Whoa.
Chill out, brah. He's a creep.
What do you...
He's not a creep. He's just
Hey.
Come here.
becoming
What the hell?
some sort of vampire creature, zombie thingy.
Watch out! Get off!
I am not sure where she's from. I'm not sure. But she, Abigail, is the one that died last time, and I want to fucking save her. Because she's actually so sweet. Nick and her have been really sweet. You know, we help Nick.
I got it.
It's just he's infected with whatever it is that's
What did I do?
going through them.
I don't know.
He's so cold.
Okay, let's get him in the pool house. Dry him off.
Ariel Winter? I mean, these are real life actors for sure. I just don't know who they are. Basically.
Shh. Just try to rest.
Alright. Now we're playing as Abby. Don't fuck up. Don't fuck up.
Sorry.
I know Nick's a little weird now, but we don't fuck up here.
Quit moving so much. It's pretty clean from what I could tell. I mean, it's not bleeding. But you need to see a doctor. Look, this is all I've got left from the nurse's station.
Ooh, fun.
You better hope we find you some real help.
All right,
Where,
Dylan had his arm chopped off.
We need to be keeping a record of everything
about
that
that.
happens.
Or his hand. His hand was chopped off because he was infected.
Yeah. Dead girl in the pool needs some explaining, huh?
Easy, man.
I mean, like photos, whatever we can. I've got a funny feeling the cops are not going to want to believe any of this crazy shit unless we've got some hard proof.
From now on, if you got your phone and you see something, take a photo or a video or what.
Oh yeah. You tell him. My
Yeah.
hair's so poofy.
You okay over there, Abby? Look, why don't you look around and see if you can find anything to help make Nick more comfortable?
That is smart. Too bad I question how good it actually is as well. Alright, I think it was this one that had the tarot card. No. Dude, it's so dark in this game sometimes. Where are the tarot cards? Okay. Wait, what? Where actually are they? Is it actually over here? Am I trolling? I might be trolling. There might be more rooms here. There are more rooms here. Okay, I think it was the third one or the fourth one that had it. Alright, there we go. The moon! Gotta grab it. Gotta grab it. Gotta grab it. Okay. And then there's this.
This place
Spooky
was
drawing. What is that again? The ghost story seems to have really
so different, like 12 hours ago.
Okay, so I'm still trying to work out my theory as to what's going on in this game. Really trying to figure it out. Wait, is the gun actually there? Oh my god, it is. Oh, there's 2 guns. Oh. Fuck, okay. I was wondering how that happened. I was missing the pieces. So I couldn't decide properly.
That better?
Thanks.
But I have a theory as to what's going on.
Hey.
But is it just on this day? Only on this day? Wait, what? Is that not enough? Did I miss out on something? Am I supposed to do something?
I wonder where Caleb is.
He does not look good at all. Oh, there's a clue.
Yo, something is not right with that boy.
Oh, I was supposed to find all 3
Dude
spots.
is
Okay.
real sick.
Did you see how he freaked out in the water?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, he was like a
Yeah,
fish.
he is not
out
good
in
at
the
all.
water.
He's
Sure.
He's the reason why.
You know, something was weird when I tried to clean his wounds too.
Fucked up shit.
At the lodge.
What do you mean?
Well, all of his clothes were bloody, but I couldn't find where he was bit, or scratched, or whatever. He just kept moving around, like he didn't want me to see how badly he was hurt.
Huh.
Sounds like a parasite.
Rabies?
He's not frothing at the mouth.
I think Abby would beg to differ.
Point.
Yeah, isn't aquaphobia a symptom of rabies?
Hydrophobia, yeah. But I think it's more about a fear of drinking, not just getting wet. This was like
my cat in the bathtub.
Yeah.
All right, so now it's going down. Focus time. Focus time.
Abby,
Yeah?
can I ask you something?
Of course.
Do you like...
Wait, I'm gonna scum save this. I'm gonna scum save this in case I fuck up because I wasted so much time into this. How do I open? I think it's app local, right? I'm gonna scum save this. App local. Fuck, what is it? Gotta fucking find it. It's like temp files. Hold up, I need to. Let me just Google the damn address properly. App local. No, I know for damn sure this exists. I just need to remember where it is. Say Steam Cloud the Quarry. Hold up. Okay, yeah. App data, okay, this PCC drive. This PCC drive. I'm trolling. I'm actually scum saving this. Hold up. Can't I? No, I can't do that. Okay. This PC C drive users. My username. Where the hell is app data? Wait, what? What's the address? I know it exists. I know it exists. I know it exists. By the way, yeah. Okay. Okay. I got it. I got it. Save game. Save game 1. I think this is the one we're doing right now. I'm gonna copy this, post it on the desktop here. Paste. Save game. Abby must live file. Okay, we're good. When you get to the option as what's to do, the second option is behind my over. Oh, the little wolf thing in the bottom right. You mean? No one said anything. Turn it off. That thing. In that case, I'll turn off scripted deaths as well. Good morning, Sierra. How are you? We're saving lives today. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that, dude. It's nice to have you around when I stream because I miss out on things. All right, we save filed it though. We're good. We're still gonna be nice to her.
Please, just tell me.
Out of water. Look.
I've really enjoyed spending time with you this summer.
That's such
what?
Such what, Nick?
Such a cop-out answer.
Yeah, it is, Abby. Even if you're being honest.
Abby?
What?
I've got something to ask you.
Yeah, I scum saved.
Okay.
Just now, because of what happened yesterday.
Abby?
We're still gonna be nice. We do like him.
I do like you.
No, you don't.
Just a stupid ass demon. Yeah, fuck you, Nick. I don't care if you don't believe me.
The truth.
God, I sure know how to pick 'em.
What?
Not really very smart, are you? Poor stupid Abby.
Stop.
Easy pickings. Right off the bone.
This isn't you.
His brain is going
This
crazy.
isn't you.
It's not him. It really isn't him. I hope. Whoa. All right. Focus. Last time you hesitated and you fucking died. Focus. You know what to do. I was doubting my actions. I was doubting everything I was doing. I went into it with a weak will. I don't know what's gonna happen, but this is the choice I have to change in order to be okay with how this plays out. All right, Abby. Fire that motherfucker. Fire his ass. Fire his stupid ass. Shoot his stupid ass. Not today. Don't tell me I die anyways. Don't tell me I fucking die anyways. No, he jumps out the window. What the hell? I have not seen you in a long time. Hello, Dee Dee. Long time no see. and sit up like it didn't hurt. I mean, it happens. Anti-Earth, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to someone in the community. Oh, thank you for gifting to Garu. How are you doing, Anti-Earth? Long time no see. Your buddy. Hey, buddy. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Welcome. Movie night tomorrow. Maybe. Spooky movie nights. I'm trying to have some spooky movie nights this month. Y'all trying to watch some movies? Maybe tomorrow? Huh? Huh? Yeah, that was very kind of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So Bobby fucking lives. Moving on. Oh my god. He's a werewolf? That's my theory. I'm guessing they're werewolves. Because there's this huge thing going on with the moon being out. But they don't. It's either werewolves or vampires. It's one of those two things. But the way the games has been hinting at it, it's like wherever the ravens go, the wolves will follow. I think it's hinting at that these creatures are werewolves. And if you get cut by one, you turn into a werewolf. But that implies that this is a common thing and it happens yearly, because in the previous the camp counselor, I think, is infected as a werewolf, and he was telling all these kids to leave by today, them being kids and them being a horror game. They did not leave. So I think he's coming back to wreak havoc or something along those lines. Not unknowingly, to his own will. He doesn't want to, but he is. So I think it's something like that. Some sort of scenario like that. Vampires don't howl. Oh yeah, true. He was howling. I didn't hear that before. Last time we that happened, we didn't hear the howling. He just chomped Abigail's head and yeeted it on the fucking floor. Pissed me off. In any case, here we are. So yeah, it might be werewolves. Surprising gift I'm not currently subbed. You could always gift when you're not subbed. That's always been a possibility. What do you mean, Earth? This is Emma. And I'm guessing the camp counselor or the camp like owner or whatever, his entire family are werewolves. That's my interpretation. I think everyone is a fucking werewolf in his family, and those hunters that we thought were bad at the start, are actually just
Okay. So.
Oh.
You're an original, aren't you?
There, fix it. Subbed again.
Subbed again.
Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. 38 months, goddamn. Thank you so much for that. Welcome back. It's nice to see you again. Welcome back again, Double D. Long time no see. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that a lot. I just lost my train of thought. Then there's the spirit of the old lady, whatever, wandering the woods. Some sort of ghost doing something. I don't know what she's doing. And I'm still working out the theory. I don't know what to do.
Partying around a bonfire, and it started to rain, and there were monsters. I would go to the lodge.
Are you both too? Well, my life is going pretty well. I've just been trying to get back into shape. I'm streaming again. Trying to take care of my mental sanity. And now it's horror month, so we'll see how long that actually lasts. But I've been good. I'm excited for my eventual move to Norway. And I'm trying to reconnect with people again.
Writing stories again.
Oh, okay, Sophia. Okay, never
I
mind.
had no idea kids were gonna
Okay.
about this stuff.
Okay.
We officially suck as
Dirk.
counselors.
Emma's the Instagram live girl in the group. for a general gist of who she is. I really don't remember what happened to her. I was so tilted. Paka. I was so tilted by what happened. I don't remember what happens directly after this. I was like in autopilot. So I'm really hoping nothing bad happens. Because I don't remember what the fuck. Oh god. Did something bad happen? Like actually? Oh shit, dude. Oh shit, dude. Oh shit, dude. You work on the weekends, Sierra? Fuck up. Take care of yourself. Work properly. We need you to come to our wedding, ne? What is that? Can I not take a photo of that or something? For evidence? No pig or hog or whatever just gets a clean cut like that. That's weird. That's photo worthy, evidence worthy. Emma. Oh god, I don't like this camera angle. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's dinner. Picked up an overtime shift today. Oh, I think I'm taking overtime. Oh. Nice. But you take care of yourself, Sierra. You properly take care. Alright. I'm not a fan of that little creature behind me just making noises. Kinda sus. Anything over here? Kind of a sus little circle in it. In it. Oh, my heart rate is elevating. Even though I've already somehow done this, but I don't remember what the fuck I've done. I was just so tilted. I actually don't remember what happens. Like, actually don't remember. Trying to explore to make sure I get like all the evidence pieces I need. It's so dark here. I'm aiming for at least 6. 5. Might be 5. Might be 5, dear. Walking and cruising, walking and cruising.
No, don't you? It cuts you, you know.
Yeah, you'll turn. You'll get infected and you'll turn.
Come on! Do it! I've never done this before, Pop. Let's do it fast.
These are the hunters I was talking about. Oh, when I shot him in this playthrough, he actually has the bullet wounds on his shoulders. No, we don't fucking run. We don't fucking run. We run, it's still a bad idea. I feel like if we run, we're gonna accidentally get shot or some bullshit. I think it makes sense for us to get caught here.
Kids. Son, what?
What's up, Kylie? Ah!
Hey, stop squirming. Give me the tray. Is she bit, huh? How am I supposed to know? I don't know. Let me look at her. Nah.
Get the fuck away from me!
Yeah, you tell him, Mama. You tell him. Nani? Oh my god. Alright, resuming. Surely.
Caitlin! Ryan!
doesn't feel safe.
That's crazy she feels that way, because it probably isn't safe.
Abby?
Oh yeah, when she said Abby, I was so pissed off. I was like, Abby's dead. Made me salty.
Ryan?
You should really stop calling out names, though. She hasn't hurt anyone yet. Stop calling out names. I'll teach you how to survive. Don't yell random names if it doesn't work the first time. Okay, yeah, she goes in the car. She goes in the car. Okay. Yeah, it's a full moon. They have to be werewolves. They turned like during a full moon or something. Abby motherfucking lives! Let's go!
I killed him.
No, you didn't.
I mean, dead people don't usually jump out of windows and run into the forest.
We're just gonna be nice.
He was gonna hurt you. You were defending yourself.
I don't know that.
I know that for sure. I know that for sure. I picked the wrong one last time.
And well, that definitely wasn't him.
Man, this is so fucked.
Knock, 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 knock.
Oh shit.
Where the fuck is Chris Hackett?
All right, right. We met Laura, the character that was in the intro, the little demo.
Who are you?
She's back.
My name is Laura Kearney.
So?
Don't let me in. It's not safe out here.
Yeah, there's a crazy woman with a gun killing people.
I'm not killing people.
Holy shit, Laura Kearney? You're Laura Kearney?
Yes?
You were supposed to be working, helping out in the nurse's
he's basically
office, right?
catching
You
us
never
up.
showed up. You and the guy, what's his name?
Max?
Yes, Max. Yeah. Mr. Hackett said that you had changed your mind last minute.
No, dude. He lost his
I
hand.
think that we should listen to her inside.
I'm interested.
Okay. I'm gonna open the door slowly. Just
Called me and said when he got there, a few people are there at the venue too, and Mom and Jutung, and no one was there.
7-Eleven.
Exactly.
Good luck to them.
It's like I called Mom, and then she was just like, "Okay, nam knowing, I'm doing it," and I was like, "Why are you calling me nam knowing? Do your job." I was like, "You planned this, and you're gonna try to be childish right now?"
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, no, I get it. Good luck to them. Hi, sis. Yeah, Sophia said hi. Vivian said hi, sister-in-law. Hi, pretty girl. In case you didn't hear it. All right.
keep your hands up, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Here we are again.
Here we are again.
Just you, me.
That's me and you.
Why don't we take another look at what you've found?
Sure thing.
Justice. An eye for an eye. Not exactly in some cases, but
Cause and effect.
Actions and
An eye for an eye.
There's a balance to everything, and we all play a part in making
Eye
sure
for an eye. What
the
does that imply?
scales aren't tipped.
eye for an eye. Because these cards basically give you hints as to the right thing to do to save everyone. I disobeyed one because I wasn't sure what exactly it was. It's not direct. It could be either do this or it could be like don't do this, and you have to try to process that and figure it out yourself. Still salty about how that played out.
How poignant. Tonight of all nights, to harness your fear and anxiety and turn them into intuition. If you can do...
Well, yeah, at the start, Laura was a completely normal like counselor. She had her eyes, and I think she had blonde hair as well. And then Max got attacked in this little basement thing, and Max, I'm guessing Max turned. But Laura got stopped by a police officer while she's trying to save Max. And then she got like needle injected and drugged, and she zonked out, passed out. And Max, I don't know what happened. We don't know what happened to them since then. We've been playing from the perspective of the other characters we saw. And we just saw Laura, and this is like chapter 7 or something like that. So we just saw Laura again. So I don't know where Max is. I don't know if he turned or not, or if he's dead or alive. I don't know nothing about it. I don't even know how she's there because the police officer took her. So I don't know what happened there. But she's here. I don't know how she lost her eye either.
Your cunning might just save your life. Now tell me, would you like to delve deeper into one of many possible futures?
Yes. We will see more.
Your choice.
You will see more. I'm gonna do the moon for you, baby. Is everyone losing their eyes lately? Oh, it's that time of the year. What can I say?
Off you go then. Chop chop.
An eye? Was that Laura? An eye for an eye. Because she got drugged. I mentioned she got drugged. So is that implying that I should
One day
drug the police officer back?
Terribly exciting.
But that was... Wait, what? That was in the past, though. How does that make sense? That was in the past. That has nothing to do with what's going on right now.
So, why
Because
didn't
she
you
had the
come?
bandages from recovery, but she no longer has her bandages.
We did come. One night early. That was our mistake.
Speaking of the past, Nani? Laura. The title? Oh, did I miss it? Oh, we're playing as Laura now. In the past. Oh. Okay, never mind. I get it. I get it. So an eye for an eye. I gotta try to drug him or something. Or was that Max? I guess we're gonna find out what happened. Yeah, call out. Might as well.
Max!
Hey. Come here. Come on. Get in there. Fucking do it.
He turned.
You goddamn kids.
So the cop does know about it. The cop does actually know about it. So if you get hurt, you do actually turn. You recognize that actor though, Sophia?
What have you done to Max?
Shut up.
You can't just...
Shut up!
Shut up!
This is an interrogation. I ask, you answer.
Hey, go.
Name.
Eat shit.
Laura Kearney.
I'm gonna be compliant with all the people that know the secrets, because I don't know I don't actually know the
And
secrets.
what is your relationship?
Max Brinley, he's my boyfriend.
Oh, they are dating.
Where were you headed last night?
To Hackett's Quarry summer camp. You already know this. What have you done with Max?
No. I ask, you answer. That's how this works.
Alright, he's a fucking dickhead. I'm about to be annoying. But I can't. I need info. You can't be annoying. You're not gonna get
Fine.
info.
What do you want to know?
Oh. Well. Why were we going to Hackett's Quarry last night?
Max and I are camp counselors.
Oh, bullshit. Counselors aren't due until today.
I told you, we drove up and got there early. We figured we'd just go to camp.
Why didn't you go to the motel like I told you?
Because we were like way closer to the camp and we're broke.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a pretty fair, valid excuse. I'm gonna be honest. North Kill County. What the fuck is the name of that county?
Okay, Sheriff Hackett. Wait, Hackett? Like Chris Hackett?
Don't change the subject.
What the fuck is going on here, man?
You have no idea what's going on.
Okay. He's related to the camp owner. That's how he knows about the fucking werewolves. I guess.
On here.
What the fuck is going on here, man?
You have no idea what's going on here. Not a goddamn clue. You just stepped in some grade A double prime, go ahead and kill yourself cosmic type shit, young lady.
The sheriff had his name badge on his shirt, and the name is Hackett. The owner of the camp was a dude named Chris Hackett. So I'm guessing they're brothers. These two must be brothers or something. And we found out that Chris Hackett had his clothes inside a box somewhere in the random wilderness of the camp, which I think implies that he put his clothes there and he turned. And we also saw his daughter, I was going to say sister, but I think his daughter, in the pool just now. This Laura, being the one that shot her in said pool. Which also I think that means that Laura is a werewolf. So what I'm getting from this is that the Hackett family are werewolves. But if that's the case, then why is the sheriff not a werewolf if it runs in the family? Maybe Chris got infected or something like that, and then his brother later came in to help him out with his ordeal. Maybe that's what's going on. I'm not 100% sure what's going on yet. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Your only option is to buckle the fuck up and do what I say. Do you understand?
He's still trying to intimidate me. Please. Hey, hello, Nurgle. Well, welcome back. We're trying to figure out what's going on in this game.
Tell me what the fuck is going on. Is Max alive? I feel like I'm going crazy.
Just be honest, man. Come on, police officer. We're being nice. I could have just been fucking flamboyant, not flamboyant. I could have just been fucking pissed and just yell at you the entire time and say fuck you. I'm actually trying to get info here. No, don't need to lash out. Don't be fucking. It'd be very dumb to do that right now. It'd be so fucking dumb to do that right now.
Let's go.
I can be flamboyant as fuck, boy.
Hey, you asshole!
Max is alive.
You want to tell us what the fuck's going on? Max! I know you hear me!
Wait, Max completely healed up. So you actually heal from all your wounds when you become a werewolf.
Fuck.
Hey, Sherry. Welcome. My weekend's been going well. I've been spending a lot of time with Sophia and watching stuff. So that's been nice. We'll be concerned. We'll be concerned. I'm gonna pause as well. You love the Corey? I played through the entire thing again on a separate playthrough because I was really pissed off that someone I liked died. And we're now past that point a little bit. So that's why we're here right now. This is new stuff to me again, but I could not have Abigail dying like that. Not like that. That pissed me off. Yeah, we sung karaoke as well. Yeah, I'm sure it has replay value, right? Like there's different endings. I don't know how it plays out, but
I mean,
so Max is alive. I thought he died
kind of all mixed up
initially, but I get it. He
more or less intact.
He's alive. He alive.
Yeah.
Why am I naked?
What?
Because you're hot as fuck.
I mean, after
bro.
we got attacked.
Damn.
The next thing I know, I'm waking up in a jail cell, and you're.
He actually
gone,
is quite fit.
And now you're back again, and I'm super.
I didn't think
naked,
he'd be that fit.
Stuff everywhere.
Yeah, that is kind of sus.
I mean, what the fuck happened?
He said dunked. I was hoping you might know.
I was kind of hoping you could tell me what happened.
I feel like I remember bits and pieces, but none of it makes any sense.
Tell me anything.
Same. I feel like... Were we drugged? I feel like maybe we were drugged.
By a cop? Do they do that?
No, they in fact do not do that.
Sheriff of North Kill, apparently.
If a cop does that, that's illegal.
Yeah. Max.
Full disclosure.
Did you even look at the map? Hackett's Quarry in North Kill. That's the town.
Oh.
And it gets better. I gotta look at his name badge and...
Oh. Sheriff Hackett is on the case. People Glad has been added to the chat. Oh, I like that one. It's so crazy they have Halloween themed emotes.
Get dressed.
What's he giving you?
I'm not gonna be the guest of honor at Fashion Week, I'll tell you that much.
Hey, did I say you could talk to each other?
I'm gonna talk to them anyways. Fuck, man!
Sorry.
We have to be kind, though.
Max?
Hey, what'd you do with my real girlfriend?
Yeah, he didn't expect it. We're being fucking nice. Now he's gonna have to give us info.
All right, buddy. Hands through the bars.
He's like, fuck, man. These guys are actually kind of not bad. He's like, I wanted to be a bad cop. Now I have to kind of listen to whatever they have to say.
Your turn. Let's go.
I'm not going anywhere. We can talk right here.
Come on.
Hey! Hey! Let's get the fuck off!
Come on. Move. Good boy.
What the fuck?
Hey! Stop struggling.
It's interesting that he's holding them by the neck.
Max, calm down. You're only making it worse.
Laura. What the hell?
Yeah, he's still a little crazy. He's still a little crazy. He's still a little crazy. The sheriff. So we can't piss him off too much. He might go from drugs to like straight up lighting our asses up. And I really don't want to do that. Okay, gameplay time, right? Gameplay time. Gameplay time. Gameplay time. Gameplay time. What does that say?
While the town of North Kill lay there sleeping, the hag in the woods started weeping.
Oh.
As the bodies
Someone's a poet.
decay, the wolves hunt their prey, and the sheriff continues his creeping.
Someone's a poet. That's a proper interesting little bit there. Oh, well, before I forget, could you shout out Cherry Snacks, Sophia, and Sierra Hana for our boy? That'd be nice. Oh, try the slash shout out. Slash shout out.
I need some sort of lever.
Need a lever? That's a oddly suspicious brick placed in that jail cell that this police officer somehow has never noticed. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that shout out command? Or the slash shout out on Twitch?
Yeah, this ought to do it.
Leverage, baby.
Yes.
Stick your hand in there. Don't stick your hand in there. What's it gonna be? Is that a rusty spoon? That was a rusty spoon. There's a cooldown, but do you like how it looks though, with how they do things? It's a new Twitch technology. New Twitch technology.
Watch it, man. I bruise easily.
Give me a break.
You literally got fucking mauled in the basement in the prologue.
Hey, the second we get out of here, you're toast, motherfucker.
Sure. Second you get out.
Wait. Well, answer your questions. You just can't.
We just have to be fucking nice. We have to fucking
butter and cupcakes, okay? Just work with us here.
just pump up his ego.
Come on.
Just up his ego a little bit.
Come on.
We play nice. He's gonna let his guard down.
Hey, you can't just leave us in here.
Hey! Come back!
We gotta up his ego a little bit. That'll give us a window of opportunity to get information, or I'm guessing potentially escape. And stuff about minus narration directly translated says attention was given to. Really? We'll be playful.
How'd it go in there? You sing like a canary?
Nothing to sing about.
I'm sure you've got plenty to confess.
Well, that may be true, but I don't think he's too interested in how I cheated off Mikey Washington in 8th grade chem.
Oh, these guys are sweet.
Really, though? What happened?
And then it also shows you like their stream schedule and also like what they were doing as well.
He just asked a lot
I thought
of
it was
questions.
a good combination.
A lot of weirdly specific questions about us and where we were going and why and how I was feeling this morning, and I don't know. Nothing I said made him seem any less annoyed.
He asked how you were feeling?
Yeah.
He's a
Well, he didn't ask you?
psychiatrist.
No.
Huh. Rude.
Yeah, so fucking rude. This police officer. What I directly translated to you? Attention was given to blah 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 blah. Interesting.
Oh, hey, did you get a look at his name badge?
You mean it's not really Detective Dick Whippet?
It's Hackett. Sheriff Hackett. You think he's related
Boom.
to Chris Hackett?
Oh my god, like the Chris Hackett?
Yeah.
Who's the Chris Hackett?
Dude, Max, come on.
Leader Mr. Hackett of Hackett's Quarry, remember?
Man, last night feels like a lifetime ago. The fuck does that mean, though? You know? Where we set up?
No, I don't think. Well, that's a legitimate concern.
kind of crazy.
Oh god, this is weird. The
counselor
music, yeah, the music
kidnapping
is
ring.
troll.
That's. I mean,
The fucking banjo thing they just played there. Yeah, he's not acting like a proper kidnapper. I would know.
guess Sheriff Hackett's not exactly
I would not
acting
know.
like a typical kidnapper, but he's not acting like a typical cop either.
He's acting
How
like
do
a
you know how
fucking
kidnappers act?
weirdo who has a lot of info.
I'm just trying to get us out of here, and I can't get us out of here until I have some clue of why the fuck we're.
Exactly what I'm talking about. You need some info to get out. We need some info to like process
We
things.
have to.
We need some info
sometimes
to process
things
what's
just don't
going
make
on.
sense. What then?
Shit,
We're just
you know
stuck in
what?
a backwater jail cell for the rest of our lives?
No fucking way.
This isn't forever, Max. You can't just hold us here forever.
He didn't seem too convinced of that.
You gotta stay positive. You can't think like that.
Why not? Might as well just accept it, right?
No, fuck that. Think about the rest of the summer, Max. And school? I mean, I've been dreaming about becoming a vet since I was 5 years old. I'm not gonna let this fleabag fuckface stop me.
He wants to be a vet. That's kind of cool.
We're gonna get out of here.
Inspirational, hopeful music.
I'm gonna study to be a vet, and you're
Yeah.
gonna,
What? I'm gonna what?
I saw the letter, Max.
All right, at the start, the prologue.
What are you talking about?
The rejection letter for college. I found it in your bag.
Yeah, Max, you
You're
ain't go to
poking around in
college.
my stuff?
I can't believe you didn't tell me.
I was embarrassed.
No.
Your grades were good, and you wrote a great essay.
Glosses over that completely. Yeah, yeah. Just. Anyways.
You've been making plans, Max. What the fuck?
I don't know. What do you want me to say?
No, we'll be nice. This is
I'm
nice.
sorry, Max. This really sucks.
Hey, it's not the worst thing to happen this summer. I'm sorry.
Dude, she has so much blood on
I
her.
shouldn't have kept it from you.
Max literally has no blood on
You know
him.
you can talk to me about anything, right?
Yeah.
Flaming for not getting accepted.
Yeah, I do.
You fucking idiot. Appreciate your sympathy. Oh, that's nice.
Okay, let's just focus on getting out of here for now.
Great. Sign me up.
We need to go over it from the beginning.
Like from when we left home?
Like from when we ran into the cop.
So after we ran into whatever we ran into?
Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's when shit started getting weird.
So you acted super weird when we said we almost hit an animal. You remember that? It was like he already knew or something.
Yeah,
He did already know.
yeah. That was really sketchy.
What if he's not even a real cop?
Well, he's gotta be dirty, but... I mean, I think he's a real cop. We're in a police station.
I mean, yeah, but there's like nobody else around.
It's a small town.
Yeah, that is concerning.
Especially the whole Hackett thing. Let's just go with the
Hackett
idea
thing?
that they're both in on it.
Okay.
So we're supposed to meet Chris Hackett at the camp, and instead, there's nobody there, and we get attacked by something. And then the cop shows up.
That part's all fuzzy for me. Like,
Oh,
I
was that
remember
Chris Hackett in the basement?
And a smell like wet
Was that
fur
Chris
and
Hackett in the basement?
A dog collar with the name Ian on it.
Ian?
Ian.
Ian.
I don't think it was a dog that attacked us. Whatever it was big. Like, person-sized big.
Yeah, it really did a number on you. Like, I'm surprised you're not more messed up. Like I vividly remember the thing's teeth ripping into you.
What is messed up about that is, Laura, I don't have a scratch on me.
What?
Hey, okay, so weird question. Do you remember before we got lost?
You got lost?
Well, yeah, but before that, I was all like, whoa, look at the moon. It's so big, so cool to see a full moon in the middle of the woods. And you were all like, yeah, no shit, Max, it happens once a month.
Yeah, so?
Right, so, you know, full moon.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a fucking nerd. Just say it, bro.
What if,
Okay. No. Stop.
I'm just saying, you know, maybe there's a slight chance it was a werewolf.
How'd you even come to that conclusion?
Goddamn mine? Werewolves? Seriously? What the fuck? What's so funny?
I said literally the exact same thing.
Okay. Do you got anything better? I mean, like zombies, aliens.
Werewolves make sense though.
Time hopping Draculas.
Are we playing as Laura now?
Right?
Yeah.
You want answers? I've got answers. Interrupt me again, you're on your own.
Damn. Damn. Okay. Laura.
Would it really be so crazy with all the shit that we've been seeing with Nick, with the thing on the roof? Okay, it would really start to explain a lot of stuff.
Yeah, dude has no hand.
I'm just trying to keep an open mind. Okay, this is like your ghost stories. How is this so different from your ghost stories?
Those are just campfire stories. Like there has to be a rational explanation for everything, for all of this.
Okay, you were not talking so rational when you separated my hand from the rest of my body.
You told me to.
And if it's bite with which you're faced, cleave limb from torso with great haste.
What?
You did the right thing.
See?
Got a whole poem about it.
About it.
That's crazy.
There's more to all this than you think.
Did she just show him
Just let me finish.
her eye? I want to see it.
If you believe me or not, I don't.
This is a horror game. How are you gonna hide the grotesque from us in a horror game? Or it's like the Sharingan. Maybe she had a Sharingan. Man, get your Sharingan.
Weeks were long. The cop kept us fed and let us take showers, but aside from that, we barely saw him. Max and I, we talked a lot. As much as we could about what happened that night. It was like trading conspiracy theories. We talked about the cop, the camp, the accident, the woods, the thing in the basement, what happened to Max. We just kept going over it all again and again, and nothing was making sense.
There is literally no shower being taken at any point during this. Not a single shower being taken. So it must have been like once a week. July 12th.
I can't take this anymore.
It's not that bad. They're probably in the same crap at camp.
No, I can't take being in here anymore.
Oh. Yeah, well, that part's pretty tough.
We've got to do something. We've got to get out of here. We need a plan.
We keep saying that, but it's been weeks, so, you know, let me know if you have one.
That's really not very helpful, Max.
You are forgetting something.
What?
Just the ETBT tiny detail that I may or may not be a fucking werewolf, Laura.
Keep it down.
So what? What can we do, really? We run off into the sunset only to be stopped when I turn into a nasty-ass monster and kill you and eat you, and then I run off alone into the sunset with little bits of you stuck in my teeth?
Okay.
How do they know this?
One problem at a time. All right, we don't even
He
know
turned. I know he
really
turned,
going
but
on
they
at
never
all until we get the hell
they
out
never
of
knew.
here.
So how is he just assuming this and just saying
Well,
all
it seems
this?
to me that we only have two real options.
Coggers?
We can play
What the
nice
fuck?
and try to get this guy on our side,
What, so he'll let us go?
or we try to catch him off guard and make our escape.
Also possible.
Okay, so let's say we get on his good side. What then? Brunch and mimosas every Sunday till he sees the error of his ways?
Yeah, I was being rhetorical. The dude doesn't have a good side to get on. I mean, he don't even talk to us half the time.
I don't know, I think we could crack him.
You could.
Laura, I think he's just biding his time until he can figure out a way to get rid of us. Permanently.
I think we should try. I think we should try.
I mean, if he was gonna kill us, we'd be dead by now.
So what's he waiting for?
A full moon, maybe?
Look, we just... If this doesn't work, we try to escape. Deal?
Yeah. Deal.
An eye for an eye. I'm trying to remember the tarot card.
All right,
Eye
how are we
for an
supposed
eye.
to get this guy to like us if he won't even talk to us?
I'm supposed
I
to
don't
drug
know.
him somehow.
I mean, he's gotta have a weak spot,
Maybe.
like something we can use.
So that was the vision we saw.
It's not like we don't have time to figure it out.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, hey! T-Money! Can I call you T-Money?
Why?
Why?
You can call me Officer Hackett.
Hackett? Like as in Hackett's quarry?
What's it to you?
Just interested is all. Feel like we hardly know you.
Well, let's keep it that way, okay?
Oh, come on, T-Money, lighten up, man. No reason we can't be buds, right?
I can think of 7.
Oh shit! He had 7? Alright, that's fine. I don't want to hear the 7. I'm sure he actually has 7 reasons.
And we really want to make it up to you.
Dude, that's not how you'd be sympathetic. Like, she makes it sound so sus. I'm not buying it either.
I see what you're doing. Well, it's not gonna work. You think we're just gonna be besties, and I'm gonna let you walk right out of here. Not gonna happen.
Asshole!
Max! We know what's going on! We know Max is a werewolf! Full moon's in a few days, right? What then?
No, ma'am. You don't know the half of it. I said, take your fucking clothes off!
Fuck off!
Get back!
Max, what's going on? Get the fuck away from him!
Come here.
Get off of me!
Shut up. Have a seat.
Bro, fuck off!
Said you want to be a vet, right? Call us an internship.
Let me go!
Dude, this cop is such a dickhead.
You're not gonna believe it until you see it for yourself.
Just fucking ask next time then, dude. Jeez.
Don't get too close.
T, come in. What's your position? Over.
Mm-hmm. Just wrapping things up here.
I'm falling asleep. I'm falling asleep. Leave stream open to support by physically. No, that's fine. You get some rest, dear. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out, and thank you for lurking. Sleep well. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Now we call for help. Do we call for help?
Help! Hey, he's got his held prisoner at the police station! Help us!
Who was that? Over.
Nothing. On my way. Over. That was pretty stupid.
It was, but...
Hey, you can't just leave me here!
Yes, I can.
The fucking banjo plays. Dun 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 dun. There's no way a werewolf can break through the grated bars, right? Clinical.
Max, tell me exactly what you're feeling.
You alright?
I don't feel so good.
Not good like
Okay,
how?
Spider-Man.
I don't know, just bad.
Bad?
Come closer. Let me see your eyes.
I think I better stay back.
Max, I need to observe you.
Is this fucking close enough for you, bitch?
He's gonna morb. It's morbin time. All right, so yeah, they get aggressive.
Max? Max? Tell me what's going on. Max!
About to turn, baby.
Max!
Oh shit, it's happening. How does he revert back into his previous form?
No.
Why is it always the fucking eyes, man? It's always the fucking eyes. Puppy! Oh, what a cute puppy.
Fuck!
Hey, gauze it up or something, I guess. Well, doesn't that mean she turns now? You can't just get rid of your head. Doesn't that mean she's a werewolf now? Or does it not count if it hits your eye?
So much for depth perception.
Who needs depth perception? Not me. No. Think. The door's open. We can go do stuff.
Let's see what that bastard cop's hiding.
We can go do stuff. First off, let's see what's going on over here. Preferably not stand so close to the fucking wall. That'd be nice. Or the gate. Whatever. That made me jump a little bit. Okay. Oh. Damn fucking growling, dude. This guy's out here growling and shit. There's nothing in the restroom? Really? I was thinking maybe there'd be like that syringe we saw in the vision, but I don't see a syringe here. Well, I guess it'd just be an empty syringe. How the fuck would I get the knockout gas syringe? What even is it? Ooh, nice. The chariot! Cool. I'll go up here, I guess. I feel a bit safer going up here than I do downstairs.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
You guys hear that? What's this? Happy birthday, son. 56? Where did the time go? You're a good boy, Travis. His name is Travis?
56. That means he was born in 1965.
Guess you can do math? Quick math! Crazy. Mathematical genius. Oh, bro, this fucking room is a mess, man. Is this where the syringes are? Is this where all the meth heads go? Fucking crackheads? Surely. Is this even a real police station? I mean, it looks like one. It just looks like it's run down. That's the problem. Can't go in there. Bro, that werewolf is freaking me out. The fucking sounds is making my heart rate elevate. It's like an evidence locker. Oh, boom! Syringes, baby!
This must be what he used to knock me out.
I mean, we don't know that for sure, but...
I can hide this in my cell.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I like that. I like that. That's cool. Full moon today. Birthday beers? July 7th.
July 7th.
Whose birthday? Undercover cop? What does that mean? What's the door? Is there nothing else here? No other signs or anything? I don't see anything. So that's upstairs done, I guess. Upstairs is a lot shorter than I thought it would be.
I need to lie down.
What happens if I don't go lie down? Do I like run out of time or something?
Locked. Figures. And I guess I can't leave Max. Better keep snooping, or I could go back to my cell and wait, I guess.
But we keep snooping? Because why the fuck would we not keep snooping? Right? Like, that's such an oddly specific thing to say. It makes me feel like something bad's gonna happen. I need info.
Hello?
That ghost has, like, been talking to us this entire game. I don't know who the fuck she is. Hint.
Not so
My
much
birthday.
a hint as a slap in the face.
Wow, how convenient that the hint came up. We saw it too.
Fuck yeah.
It's so lucky that we chose to go upstairs first. Chris, you heard the shit, we gotta shut it down. Can you handle it for me? What? Chris. What?
Weren't hikers at all, but ghost hunters who went in search of answers and fell victim to the mercy of the Hag of Hackett's Quarry, never to be seen again.
Like us. Except for the fell victim to the mercy of the blah 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 part.
We're more like, ghost investigators?
Spectre sleuths?
Sure.
So, what happened next?
Well, according to reports from the local paper, the North Kill Gazette, some hay bales caught fire during the opening night, and that spread pretty quickly. Before they knew it, the whole place was up in smoke, including the show's leading lady and her alleged baby boy.
Is the media freezing? Yo! Some spooky shit happening. Yeah, I got an achievement just now.
I've exhausted this and myself. I need to sleep.
Bizarre yet bona fide. That is factoids.
Anne Radcliffe and Edward Benson. Wonder who
Fire's
they
going
are.
crazy. Alright. Fuck, I guess now we go back. I think maybe if we stay for too long, we're gonna get fucked or something. Because I still need to put the thing inside the whatchamacallit. The wall, right? So I need to put the thing inside the wall. Couldn't do that. Oh, no missing cats? Yeah, I know. Fucking Max over here. Eating cats and shit. Yeah, put that syringe in there. Put it in there. Put it, yeah. Now we good. Now we safe. Now we safeu. Safeu destiny. Now that that's taken care of, I'm gonna go fucking explore a bit more. I didn't realize that I could just walk out and explore a little bit. I just want to take care of that real quick. This is cool. What's in here? Locked.
What's he hiding?
No, maybe I can just exit. No, it's locked as well. Figures. Is that really it? I guess that's really it. There's no other doors that I can actually go through. Okay. Alright, Max, I'm coming. He's a jolly good boy, oh, he's a jolly good boy. While the town of North Kill lay sleeping, the hag in the woods started weeping as the bodies decay. The wolves hunt their prey. And the sheriff continues creeping. I guess we chill. We wait. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to do now. I mean, I would close the door first before I go to sleep, but it didn't give me the option.
You want to tell me what happened?
I could ask you the same thing.
Why didn't you run?
I won't leave Max.
This doesn't mean I trust you.
I don't care. I just want to help him.
Turn around, hands against the wall.
Seriously?
I am too tired to argue.
But... Ugh. Me too.
Is he being creepy? Or is he going proper check? No creepy. His hands didn't go anywhere weird. We could have hit it in a lot of different places then.
Brew some coffee.
How the fuck were we gonna run anyways? We couldn't actually exit the door.
What's this?
An education. Watch.
Now we get info. Now we get info.
Nice job cleaning up. The eye. I mean.
It's harder than they make out in the textbooks. Especially when nobody's helping you.
You're the doctor.
Animal doctor. And no, I'm not. And I probably never will be. Stuck in here forever.
You know, just because you know, doesn't mean you know. You know?
Do you know? You know? You know? You know?
What?
You know? You know? You know? You know?
I'm not. This isn't what it seems to be.
No shit, Sherlock.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
You and Max are in just as much trouble as I am. My family? We didn't mean to hurt anybody. We're just trying to survive like everybody else. Do you understand?
Okay.
Not really.
He's venting.
We're gonna end this thing once and for all.
We?
Yeah.
Like. Yeah, fuck it.
Okay. Fine, let's end it. Let Max and I go and we'll find someone who can help.
Not what I had in mind.
You're seriously asking for my help?
I don't want you to help me. You're gonna do this for Max, and I'm gonna get what I need. Let's see how smart you really are.
What is this?
Information.
Well, what does it mean?
Figure it out.
Read it.
When full the moon above shines first, the beast internal shall outward burst. One by one leads lambs to slaughter. It stalks your breath, but shuns clear water.
Okay, so afraid
And
of water.
should you yourself be cursed, armed with silver and the first.
So we
When
need
moon's
silver.
full before its wane, rend the beast that cursed you slain. No longer shall you face your blight, or fear the dread of full moon's light.
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying super hard to focus onto what she was saying, and I don't even remember what was being said, but I remember the gist, the information, and my brain's trying to decipher it. All right, obvious weakness to silver. Okay, fine, fair, whatever, makes sense. There's a little bit there though where it says if you slay the beast that cursed you, so I'm guessing the beast that infected you, the beast that gave you the virus, it cures you. Right? That's what it sounds like. It sounds like it cures you. So if I were to kill the original guy that, like for Nick, for example, if I killed the original person that Nick got attacked by, then Nick would be human again. Ideally. But then who would have... I don't know. Hey, Kat, what's up?
Keep reading.
More information. We like it. We like it. We like it. No, we don't need this. We don't need this gun. We don't need this gun. Don't be an idiot.
And if it's a bite with which you're faced, cleave limb from torso with great haste. Perchance you'll save your cursed soul before infection takes its toll.
Okay, that's the whole entire thing
Starting
about
to
the
get the picture.
Infection thing.
It's not a lot to go on.
Seen the game not telling you nothing? I'm drunk to heck and back? No worries. Thank you for not telling me anything. I'm trying to figure it out. Why did I have to make it rhyme? I don't fucking know.
all we
either,
have to
but
go on.
Them be bars.
Kill the werewolf that bit you, and you'll be cured. It has to be silver, has to be full moon. Seems pretty straightforward to me.
If you can kill the werewolf, and that's a big if.
Okay,
I just
but
want
how?
to cure Max.
Nopers gonna sleep soon.
It's not as straightforward.
Oh,
as
it's
you think.
late for you. That's right. I don't know. I thought you were an NA for a second there when you said that. I'm gonna be concerned. Am I infected?
So wait, if Max got me in the eye, doesn't that mean I'm infected now too?
No. Scratches don't do it. Only bites.
Are you sure about that?
Pretty sure.
I'm not saying anything yet. I'm not gonna say anything yet. I don't know. Alright. We'll be encouraging. We'll be encouraging. I hate sucking up to this cop, but it's actually working. It is working. That's the thing.
That's what I'm hoping you'll come in.
This is actually working.
Yeah. Because your studies.
I haven't
Oh my
even started.
Fucking god.
Well, you're the best option I got.
Oh, true. Actually,
Been
true.
hunting
Maybe,
this
yeah.
Damn white wolf under the full moon so long I start to think it doesn't
White wolf.
exist, you know?
White wolf. What's a white wolf? There's a white wolf on the moon tarot cards earlier.
Maybe it doesn't matter because maybe there's another way. Whatever you believe, there's got to be some science. And you do science.
Sure. Vets do science. I guess that's a fair assumption to say. Not really, they don't.
Look.
But they do,
Take
I
some
guess.
time to think about all this.
Hey, Sonny. Hi.
I'll be back in the morning.
Veterinarian sounds like some science work.
Seen enough?
Oh, he saw himself, huh? Is that a zombie Keikona? I can't tell what that is from this angle. How are you all doing? I'm doing good. I brought someone back. I brought someone back to life, and we're playing through it so far. I really hope it works.
I haven't seen that.
You're hungry? I mean, I do believe him. I do believe him. But that's kind of because we have the perspective of like all the other fucking characters too.
You can't tell me you really trust that guy now.
I didn't say that. I said I believe him about the werewolf stuff, not the science bit. I don't know what he wants.
He's a dirty lying kidnapping cop, Laura. We should be careful of anything that fucker says.
Yeah, we should be. But I have the perspective of literally the entire group.
Well,
I'm a little bit skewed.
he's had his chance to fix this.
Yeah, hope you get some food
We're getting out of
soon.
here and we're gonna fix it on our own.
Hey, Laura?
Yeah?
I saw what happened. What I did to your eye.
Yeah.
Is it bad?
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
What food are you guys gonna get? I kind of want some food.
I'm so sorry.
Not really. I'm kind of hopeful. I want like something sweet.
It wasn't you. I know it wasn't you.
I know. But it was.
Damn, imagine being a werewolf though. Imagine you just said
We're gonna
no.
fix you, Max. Promise.
I want
I promise.
an alternative option in one of these games where you just be a complete dick to everyone, and like that's the way to live. You're a complete asshole the entire time.
Show up. How'd you find out? Bobby told me. Said you scrapped an abandoned car. A while back, I worked out the rest.
Shit.
Who the hell is Bobby related to these fools?
Why'd you think, Chris?
Jesus, Travis. There's
still here, that's fucked up.
Fucking bit one of them, Chris. What was I supposed to do?
Chris did bite one of them, so I had to kill Chris? Is Chris a white wolf? White werewolf? Whatever the fuck?
What was that?
Clean. Quick time events mean nothing to me.
You shot me.
I'm telling Mom.
You're lucky stuff.
You shot me? I'm telling Mom, bro.
It's in silver.
What's your plan? You can't keep him here forever.
Wait, but no, he can't be the original. Because the sheriff didn't kill the brother. So the sheriff wants to kill the person that turned the brother? But don't we still have to kill Chris to turn back Max and stuff? I don't know.
Maybe if you
Also,
did
hello,
your
Neo.
job, they wouldn't been at the camp that night. You ever think of that?
If I'd have done my job, you'd all be in prison. You ever think of that?
That was all Bobby and Caleb. And
Are
you
those
know it.
hikers? And that fucking journalist?
Damn it, Travis. What are we gonna do now?
Whatever happened to we're
all in this together.
Shh, man. Let's go to my office. We shouldn't talk here.
Max!
Uh,
Max!
what is it?
Travis was just in the hall talking, the cop.
So?
With Chris Hackett.
Was he here to let us out?
No. He's the werewolf, Max. Chris Hackett is the one that bit you down on the storm shelter.
Holy shit, that's... Who would have guessed?
I would have.
I mean,
I guess I did.
Thinking about it, I could have.
Okay, Laura, don't be me. Don't be me. Just because we both have college in our like stars.
Protecting him. That's why he followed us, and that's why he didn't kill the werewolf in the storm shelter, because it was his fucking brother. God, it's so obvious.
If Chris was the one that bit me, then...
You have to kill Chris.
Yeah, then that's our cure. That's how we fix you.
Jesus, Laura, are we thinking the same thing?
Tomorrow, we're getting out of here.
Okay. Theory crafting. Theory crafting, alright? I'm theory crafting. Sure, killing Chris brings back our boy Max. Sure. I'm cool with that. But if I'm working on this theory, right? We keep going back further and further and further to each werewolf chain, right? Well, I don't know how many fucking werewolves there are. But we keep going back. Keep going back. If you kill this specific werewolf, do all of these just to get like, bloop, human. We're good now. You know? Because like, oh, you killed that guy. Well, that guy cures that guy. Well, I mean, if that guy's cured, maybe it's like a chain reaction where it cures like all these other guys. Is that a possibility? Is that a possibility?
I'm gonna get Travis's gun and kill Chris Hackett.
But in case that's not how it works, then maybe I still have to kill Chris Hackett.
Laura needs help! Laura? Laura, are you okay?
God damn it.
God damn it!
What the hell's going on?
Laura?
She's infected! Syringe you up, baby! Fuck you, bitch!
Fuck.
Oh, Yasumi Nasai. Now grab his gun. Now we grab his gun. Now we grab the fucking gun. Okay, I thought she wasn't gonna grab it. I literally thought she was gonna grab it, and I was like, she's gonna be very fucking dumb if she doesn't grab this fucking gun. Grab the motherfucking pistol. Dude, his outfit looks so dumb.
I'm starting to think you were really sick.
Well, maybe I should consider acting as my major.
I wouldn't go that far.
We should go before he wakes up.
Back with mac and cheese? Sounds good. I want something sweet. I don't know what I want. I want cheesecake. Oh, that sounds delicious. I want some cheesecake. Oh, look at him taking a little nap. Oh, look at that police officer. Oh, so cute. Look at the big man over here taking a quick little nap.
We should grab our stuff.
We need silver ammo. He must have some around here.
Locked room. The locked room.
What is it?
I thought I heard someone. No, I still can.
It's coming from behind
Oh, oh my. Is it not? Oh god, so fucking. I don't know what's going on. Schlumped. Do you have Cheesecake Factory on there? Not around here, but there's a spot in the city like that's like an hour away that has Cheesecake Factory. I know there's one in where I'm at. I've been there before. It's really good, but I want some cheesecake. That requires knowing how to make one. You guys have never had Sophia's cheesecake. She made it for me once, or twice. Well, no, for me specifically once. She made it for me specifically once. And oh my fucking god, it's not like your typical cheesecake. There's
nobody in here. What the fuck?
Oh, he heard it too. And it's fucking good.
He makes them.
I can make a better cheesecake than Sophia.
Shotgun shells.
Nah.
He loads them with silver.
You know what? I'll be the judge of that. One day, you guys have a cheesecake cooking competition, and I'll be the judge. I'll see how I feel after eating the entire cakes. Yeah.
That's where he was
Yeah. Free cake.
last month.
Bro, you're biased? I'll be the Nah. Nah. Solution. You guys make 2 cakes each. Because sometimes a batch might be, maybe messed up. We're normal people. We're not professional cooks. Accidents happen, So you guys make 2 batches. 2 batches. And then maybe me and Kylie can be the judge. I think that's a solid plan. Can I enter this cheesecake competition? Okay, since Kylie's calling me out saying I'm gonna eat a whole entire cheesecake, Sunny can also be a judge. Or join the competition. If you want to make cakes, sure. I'm okay with that too. Dream event. This will be a thing one day.
Hey.
I don't eat that
I just
much.
realized something.
Nah.
We're free.
I am an adult. I am free to eat as much cheesecake as I want. Still here.
Hell yeah,
Drunk
we are.
lurk is my life, Hitsu. Well, you take care of yourself. You're not too bad, is it?
For now,
It's not too bad, is it?
closer to going home.
Like you're not
And when is that?
puking or dying on the floor?
Going to Hackett's quarry, and we're killing Chris Hackett.
With a motherfucking silver bullet. Well, hopefully it's a good kind of pass out. Yeah, make sure you're drinking. Don't dehydrate yourself. Make sure you're drinking a lot of water. And if you haven't eaten, get a little bit in, like a small snack. It's just 4:22 a.m. Yeah, no,
I made my way here.
I get it. You're a late boy,
Maps at
anyways.
the island
Your sleep
seemed
schedule
like
is
the best
messed up.
place for him, surrounded by water and all.
Oh, so that was Max on the island, on the little attic thing, the trap door thing.
That's it. That's the story.
Oh.
Don't
Okay, that's Nick.
jump in at the same time.
That's Ryan. That's Caitlin.
Wait.
Oh, no, Nick. That's Dylan. Nick is the fucking werewolf.
Like our island, like the one in the lake?
Yeah, why?
Because Jacob, he went back there looking for Emma and he hasn't come back yet. Neither of them has. Oh, shit.
I mean, I kind of know this.
If they were there, they're not there now.
How would you know?
Don't make me spell it out for you. I've just come back from there and there's one werewolf and no people.
Oh, fuck.
All I know is I have to do this. I have to kill Chris Hackett before it's too late. After you saw me at the pool, after I shot Chris,
Not Chris.
I went back to the island expecting Max to be back to normal.
But you didn't shoot Chris. You shot someone else. I was thinking like some spooky movies. But I wasn't sure if we should like throw in like a wholesome spooky movie, funny spooky movies, or like shit your pants spooky movies. But I just want to watch some proper horror movies because it's been a while. Is that the end of the chapter? No. I have a pop-up. Hold on. YouTube recommending me stuff. Am I still playing as her? I'm still playing as her. Oh, they just needed the eye patch? Oh, she definitely just needed the eye patch. The Shining? Beetlejuice? Also, hello, Sneaky. What's going on? No, she just needs the eye patch. She's a little blind at the moment.
Max?
Yeah, they are. Shining is also kind of a good classic one, but it's also kind of a long one, isn't it? But it is a really good one though.
Max?
You could do like a Shining, and
Hello?
then what's it, Doctor Sleep. Run! Oh shit! Run! We just knocked that werewolf the fuck out for a second there with our own body weight. Yeah, Laura. I know she works out. Every day in that gym, or in that jail cell. She's been working out hard. Yeah, back up, Max! What's up, my liking? Good night, Hitsu, and also everyone on stream. I'm a sadly dip. And also, don't worry about me, Sonny. I'm European. Okay, first of all, cap. That's cap. It doesn't matter what you are. Cap. Secondly, take care of yourself. Drink some proper water. Thirdly, we love you. Take care. Remember when you and me and Soph and Jack watched those? Watch those movies? Or horror movies?
So the werewolf I killed can't have been Chris.
That
We
wasn't
did.
a werewolf. It was Kaylee Hackett, Chris's daughter.
We did.
Whatever I shot.
I've probably seen it. I've seen it before more than once.
Unless, I guess, it turned back after I shot it when I went to the island.
Wait, so how come Max didn't kill you then?
Oh my god.
He tried. I got away. I need to end this.
Fuck you, Ryan.
We don't have much time.
I get it, but fuck you, Ryan. What the hell is this? Who the hell is that?
Oh, looky. So
New character at this point?
Smell good, don't I? Go on, take a bite. Go on.
7?
Dumb
Who is that?
fucking animal.
Who is? Did they capture someone? Can't be the island one. Can't be Max. It can't be. Is that Chris?
Let me go! Let me
go! God damn it!
Get your hands off me!
I think it is. I think it is. Please let me go, man.
Let me go! Okay, I didn't mean for this to happen, please! Please! Oh my god, why aren't you answering me? Oh, is your money that you want? Cause my dad's got money. Like lots of it. I mean, not really, but you can get some.
Fucking Jacob. He's so dumb.
Please, just let me go.
He's so dumb.
Please.
Dude, that guy's so buff.
I'm so sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Bruh. Wait, are we being locked in with the okay, we're not. We're being thrown over here.
That's too, Bobby.
That's too, Bobby.
Hey! Hey! Hey, where you going? Hey! Hey!
So I know there's an electric shock to this gate. I just saw a circuit breaker.
Oh, shit.
And I saw numbers. What was that? 7 on the wolves thing? He's about to get shocked if he touches that wall. That gate. Oh god. What the hell is that? Is that Chris?
Careful what you wish for.
Spooky, spooky! Okay, that's the end of the chapter. I think we found one card.
Nosy little rat, aren't you? Poking your nose where it doesn't belong. Don't believe everything you hear. Anyway, here we are again. Let's see what you've brought me.
What does she mean by that? What does she mean by that? Chariot?
The chariot. At the reins of a chariot, we would all feel safer. Taking control, relying on determination to make our choices. Valiant, but in some cases foolish. Many seek refuge in chariots, but perhaps in some cases they're not as safe as we think they are. And the same question as always.
Many seek refuge in chariots, but in some cases they're not as safe as we are. Chariots implies the mode of transportation. The van is not as safe as we think it is.
Will you let me show you more?
You got me. Scared the fuck out of me right there. Oh, that's our boy Dylan.
You'll be seeing me a few more times before the night's over. I look forward to that, as long as you follow the right path, of course.
Dylan opened the van. The chariot. The chariot seems safe, but sometimes it's not as safe as you actually think it is. The fuck does that mean? The fuck does that mean?
Where is Chris Hackett?
Shut up.
Wow, rude.
Guys, she murdered Kaylee.
We have been over this.
No, we need more than our thick-headed brain right now to think.
What do I do?
Oh, wow, real strong showing on the leadership front.
I said shut up.
Oh, no way. I am not getting involved. This is all you, buddy. Look, just think about everything that's happened tonight, okay? That's all I'll say.
The body in the lake, too. Remember what Jacob said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
Listen to me. These people are not who you think they are, I promise.
Curious.
Hold up.
Curious.
You said you heard a woman crying when you escaped?
Why? What do you know?
The voice of a woman. We've all been
It's
hearing.
the ghost story you told us about, right, Caitlin?
The Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
This isn't a ghost story. It's a creature feature. It's really happening and you're all in it. Your bracelet.
Don't.
What are you doing?
What are these
Trying
fucking
to
shitty
help.
options with Ryan?
Worst case scenario, this should give you a fighting chance.
And this will kill them? For good?
Yeah.
But what if it's Nick or someone?
Like I said, worst case scenario.
Ryan, put that fucking thing down before you hurt someone.
Okay. You just took it back.
So,
We look like a complete
Come
bitch
on.
right now. But like, I'm not trying to start shit.
when he's not at
I'm
camp,
really not trying to start shit. Now's not the time to be starting shit. We gotta be working together.
What makes you think I know that?
You guys are counselors, right? You've spent the last 2 months here?
Idiot.
He's not in the storm shelter. I'm
His
clearly
phrasing
gonna
is
know we're
so
hunting him in the woods.
stupid.
I need a place to start.
I think that spooky house behind these woods.
Dude!
There's a house there?
What?
Listen, there could be another way. Have you thought about that?
I've spent the last month thinking about nothing else. Look, when the sun comes up, I am stuck until the next full moon. So is Max, so is anyone else he's bitten.
How is that our problem?
Why don't you ask your friends in the woods?
And don't forget about Nick, dude.
Oh, dang, you're already here? Yeah. I was looking this whole time and went in and out. Well, welcome on in, Mel.
Okay, any closer when I'm
Welcome
spraying
on
you in
in.
cold water. Ryan, let's just get out of here.
I'm running out of time. If I can't find Chris Hackett, then a lot more people are going to get hurt.
Me or Sunny?
I'm going with you.
What?
Regardless.
Yeah, what they said.
Wait, you're going through a lot of stress? Don't worry. Grab some popcorn. Grab a cheesecake. You got this. No way you're going
There's
alone.
no way I'm letting a murdering fugitive like you go anywhere near Chris on your own.
Wow, are you flirting with me?
What? No.
Fine.
Alternative option opened.
You saw what happened to Nick. He was bit.
What do you guys do when you have no motivation to do anything? As someone who has had a lack of motivation doing things in the past 2 years, like say streaming, um, the past 2 years has mostly been about me just trying to rediscover myself, I guess. Figuring out who I am again. That seems very generic and very flimsy. Seems very bullshitty. It's been about just finding things that I loved. Because at some point I feel like I lost track of it, and then there's also other shit that was going on, and COVID made it easier to just get fucked. But I think it was more of a just trying to appreciate the little things slowly, day by day. I try to focus on like the good things that happened that day, or like um be proud of myself if I did anything. It was hard to actually even get me to like be like, okay, yeah, congrats, dude, you washed the fucking dishes. Hooray! Is what I would think to myself. But I try to change my mentality to just be like, no, you know what? It was rough for whatever fucking reason. Be proud of it. You got it done. And if you can do that, you can do more. And then it's just like, just trying to find myself again. That seems very profound. It's not as profound as I'm saying. What I'm talking about is just like trying to find like the things that I really liked and enjoyed, again, and really getting down to it. So that's my general answer. I'm a bit better today. I hope your stress gets better soon. But what if the things that make you happy don't make you happy anymore? And that's fine. That's completely fine. That's part of that whole entire rediscovering yourself. Because at some point, I think it's very easy for us to just go with the flow all the damn time. It's less stressful. It's just easier. And sometimes things aren't as fun as for us, or maybe sometimes there's underlying things there that prevent us from having fun with whatever that used to make us happy. So that's why it's important to just take things slowly address what's actually there, what's going on, trying to figure out what's really happening, being honest with yourself, and then also appreciating and taking value in the good that you yourself have done, for you or others or anything like that. So it's just finding some sort of, like what Sunny just said as well, finding a routine. It helps. It helps. Finding any decent routine helps. But you just gotta be kind to you. Like, you know how everyone's always like, this is a common example, I think, well, of like being kind to yourself. When we're talking to a friend that we care about and we love them, we oftentimes, like, if they did something that's like they think is really bad, but in reality it's not even like, it's like, no bro, it's not that bad, it's okay, you don't blame yourself type of deal. But when it comes to us and we're like self-reflecting, for some reason when it's our own heads, we're such dickheads to our heads. You know what I mean? So it's you just gotta remember that, like, the way we try to be kind to a friend that's going through some shit, it's hard. I'm not saying it's easy. It is hard. In fact, sometimes I look at myself and I'm like, damn, bro, you're looking mighty ugly today. Hey, what's going on? You know what I mean? But you gotta put in the extra effort to actually be kind to yourself, the way you would be for a friend that's really in need. And it takes some time, but the best way I can say to go about it is catch yourself. If you ever try to say anything negative or bad about yourself, or you ever doing something that you're not really fond of, just catch yourself and call yourself out basically on the bullshit that you yourself does. I think. I'm not sure if any of that made any sense. I just kind of rambled that all out, on. But I'm hoping that made any semblance of sense in regards to what I did. Not sure if that'll help at all. Not sure if there's anything tangible there. But you just take care of yourself. Second. And obviously, you know, there are friends here that care. We have a lot of folks that have been through a lot of stuff themselves. Obviously not everyone's a therapist, that whole entire disclaimer ordeal, but there's people there. People that's been through shit. And we get it too. Sometimes holding a friend accountable does good things. Like there was a couple of days ago, I was like, oh, I heard that I was calling people out. I was like, oh, you guys didn't do laundry? You didn't do laundry? You didn't do laundry? All right. Come like that specific day I said that we were all gonna do laundry. It's like, all right, guys, remember when you guys said you guys didn't do laundry? Well, calling you guys out. I'm doing laundry right now. It's your turn. We're all gonna do laundry together. Like sometimes having a friend helps as well. Yeah, what Mel said. Just sometimes we just need time. I have like no motivation to do anything. I just kind of sit at home all day. Yeah. Stop trying. You know when Kiki couldn't fly or do things? Why am I having a hard time remembering how Kiki's delivery service went? I'm like blanking on it for some reason. I remember the show. I remember the music, or not the show, the movie. I'm just blanking like the scenes. Stop trying. Take long walks. Look at the scenery. Doze off at noon. Don't even think about flying. Yeah, that's actually kind of exactly what I did. Funnily enough, especially this past trip when I went to Norway this summer. I was literally just taking walks, sitting outside, appreciating life. Like, just I was doing my best to avoid internet for a bit, but I kind of was already doing that. But that's more because I was kind of isolating myself. But when I was in Norway, I was always going out and I was like, damn, this is a nice view. How fucking pretty. Or I'd be eating like ice cream and I'd be like, damn, it's such a small thing, but god damn it, does this make me fucking smile. I love the flavor of this. Ugh, so damn good. And it's just taking these little moments, like enjoying the little things, which is a channel in the Discord, the little things. But it's so easy to forget about those moments, I feel like. Yeah, it's so hard to... It's easy to lose yourself, and it's so hard to find yourself again. But... I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling. We love you, second. Hopefully something there helped. You know, you guys know I care about y'all. I care about you guys a lot.
Everything's gonna be fine. That cop car you stole, where is it?
Ditched in the lake.
Why?
It was a stolen cop car.
You're gonna have to try.
Honestly, that makes a lot of sense, Ryan. Come on. Come on. Think, Ryan. Think.
An hour or two.
But I couldn't really ditch it in the woods either.
Then we better get going.
Bum 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 ba dum bum ba dum ba da. Hackett Woods.
Are you sure this is the right way?
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Pretty or definitely?
Who are we playing as right now? Laura? Okay.
What do I look like? A tour guide?
Have you actually been there before?
I mean, no.
Wait, seriously?
I know as much as you do.
Okay.
How well do you know Chris Hackett?
Mr. H, pretty well.
Like you're pretty sure we're going the right way?
When I first came to camp, I was going through some personal shit, and Mr. H helped me sort it out. He's a good guy.
Mr. H is a good guy.
You don't know him at all.
Okay, jeez. Teacher's pet.
Why are you like this?
Look, I don't think anybody knows anybody, not really.
Well, I know Mr. H, and he never hurt any of us.
Right now,
Well,
that
I know
is
for
not.
a fact he's not the good guy you think he is.
All he
Right now,
does
that's not Mr.
is try to
H.
help people. That's what his whole camp is all about, to help the kids.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. You know what I have to do, right?
I know. But only if we can't talk to him. If we can't find another way.
My fave character so far? I liked Nick and Abigail. They had a little dynamic duo going on with like their relationship. That was really cute. But then Nick turned. So we'll see how that plays out. We know when they turn, they become they become dickheads. But I still think Nick and Abby are really sweet people. Ryan's a weird loner, and he has some of the dumbest lines. I feel like sometimes he's like, oh yeah, he's being like logical. Then other times I feel like, oh no, he's being a complete dumbo. Emma kind of growing on me a little bit. I thought she was really annoying at the start. I still think she's annoying, but she's not as annoying as I thought she was. Jacob is a complete jock. Sensitive jock. He's the sensitive jock. Not really my type. Dylan lost his hand. He's funny. I like him, but he's more like a comedic relief kind of character. In terms of proper plot development, I think Laura, is the one I like so far. Just the way that whole entire like police station chapter went. That was kind of a cool chapter. We got to learn so much about her. But Caitlin, I can't pick a vibe with Caitlin yet. Brenda Song, she's a cool character, but like I don't know if I like her or if I hate her. I can't tell yet. I actually can't tell. Yeah, I think that's all the characters, right? There's Max. I don't like Max. I think Max is kind of a... I think he's sweet and all, but also think he's kind of pathetic sometimes. Like she is growing on me. At the start, I didn't like her, but she is growing me. But like that's part of it though. I was like, do I like her? Do I not like her? I don't know how I feel about her.
Lead the way.
That's my general feeling with the characters. Police officer, don't really care too much about him, but I know he has info. He's useful. I need him somehow. Although we drugged him, so I'm not sure how that's gonna play out. But an eye for an eye, literally.
So he lives in some redneck mansion with his redneck family in the ass crack of the woods? Look at this place.
No, but it's where his mom lives, I think. Never been there, but if we're looking for answers, it's probably the best place to start.
So,
Stanley
wait, how did we
pushed the
get
follow
there?
button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought
How
something peculiar
did we
would
get
happen.
to the
That's
house?
good. Fucking.
Anyways, welcome,
That's
stranger.
a really good question.
Thank you so much for that follow. 11 things. Stranger Things. 11 things. The narrator just scared me.
Maybe we just don't.
Do you guys recognize it though? Stanley?
Look, I understand.
Wait, did it not show up on the thingy? Do you not see the notification? Did I hide Streamlabs by accident? Hold on.
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
That should work. Nani? It should work. I don't know why it's not. It's this one, right?
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he
Hold
thought
up.
something peculiar would happen. How strange.
Let me refresh.
Anyways,
refresh the cache. The cache.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
What the fuck? It's
No
not
one is
working.
quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Did the Streamlabs bug out? Thank you, 11. Thanks for following, by the way. Now I can figure out what the heck is going on. Let's see. What the heck is going on? How strange. You guys like his the narrator? I forgot how much it costs to get him to say it, but I had that saved for almost 2 years. Because I never streamed. Alert box. Test follow.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
That's
No
what
one is
should
quite sure
happen.
why, but perhaps he thought
That's
something
what should
peculiar
happen.
would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
That was a test. The test worked. So why does this not work?
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
How strange indeed. What the fuck? Is there like turn off? Let's see, follow. Let's disable it real quick. Save settings. Then enable it real quick. Save settings. And test.
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one
It's
is
not
quite sure
fucking
why,
working.
but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen.
Sure.
How strange.
Copy.
Anyways,
Okay, hold
welcome,
up.
stranger.
I'm gonna make this work. I'm gonna make this work. It has to work. Why is it not working? Oh, it should work. Refresh browser when scene becomes active. Sure, maybe. Test.
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite
No,
sure
it's
why, but
jank.
perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange.
No, but it works
Anyways,
when we get
welcome,
rated. It
stranger.
works though, doesn't it? Whenever we've been rated before, it works. Right? It works for the subs, right? Yeah, this worked.
You're in a
How strange indeed.
They're fixed it subbed again.
Oh. A lot of lines of coding in here. So I might have to figure this out another day, to be honest with you guys. But I'm gonna try to see if this specific thing works. If I can do this, maybe it'll give me a little pass. Don't want that. Save settings. Maybe that works. Don't know if this works or not.
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one
That's
is
the wrong
quite
one.
sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen.
That's the wrong one.
How strange.
Sorry for the
Anyways, welcome, stranger.
random break
Stanley
from stream.
pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Let's delete that. Sorry, this is so fucking random.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
Wrong
No one
test.
is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen.
Wrong fucking test.
How
I did it again.
strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
I did the other thing. That's silly. That's supposed to be random, isn't it? No. What? Be random. Okay, hold up.
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen.
It did it!
How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
It did it! I don't know what just happened, but it did it! I'm gonna try it one more time. Just in case.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
It fucking did it!
No one is
Okay.
quite sure why, but perhaps
Fantastic!
he thought something peculiar
Fantastic!
would happen.
Don't know what the fuck
How
I did,
strange.
but it worked.
Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Don't know what the fuck I did, but it actually fucking worked. Thank you so much, 11 things. Sorry for the random pull away from what was actually going on in the stream, but I appreciate it. Before actually, yeah, you know me. I'm just here to connect everyone, make everyone become friends and homies, and all that. I love y'all. Okay.
And Chris is your friend.
If there was another way, I'd tell you.
Sure.
Yeah. Laura, Chris is a good man.
This isn't about good and evil, Ryan.
Just how can you be so certain?
I let my conscience slow me down now, everything gets a lot worse for everyone. Believe me, if there's another way, I'm all for it.
I do want to save Chris.
Hey, where are you going?
Well, I'm not sure if I'll be able to.
Must be another way across.
I got you.
Careful, it's gonna go. Oh!
How the fuck did they not die? They landed in the water. Scare the hell out of me, Sonny!
Shit.
What the fuck?
Are you okay? Laura?
He hates clear water.
It stalks your breath but shuns clear water.
Oh my god, Laura.
Your wound is
Mary,
gone.
Jazz hands.
Jesus, Mary, and jazz hands? Her eyes.
What are you doing?
Relax. Look.
Hey, yo!
What big eyes you have, Grandma?
No shit. Can you see yellow in my eyes?
Yeah.
Define yellow.
Shit. We haven't got much time.
That's kind of cool. Alright. Not that much time, but I'm still gonna explore, bitch. Fuck you. Explore. Any hidden tarot cards around here? Around these parts? Around these parts in the hellish area that we're in? Didn't kill anyone. And this run, we haven't killed anyone yet.
This must be part of the old working quarry.
Forgotten belonging of a quarry miner abandoned in the tunnels. A letter of foreclosure of Finn indicates that this has been down here since the 1930s.
Makes sense.
Okay, it's just a foreclosure. Quarry. Name drop. A quarry. Aquarium. 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 We might be able to finish it. And then we also have the other playthrough where Abigail dies. And then we kind of just fuck around with that one. See what happens. I'm still salty about Abigail dying in my last playthrough. Still very salty. Why would I go this route instead of the other route? So that implies there's more shit to see. Is there more shit to see in this route? The lights are off. Kinda oddly suspicious, she said.
Did you hear that too?
That ghost keeps saying Silas.
It's her.
Who?
The
The
hag.
hag of Hackett's Quarry.
It's like she's warning us off.
Or guiding us.
Silas. The League of Legends character. Silas.
Shit.
Think anyone heard that?
No, they can't have done.
This place is not up to code.
I mean, if the code is literally crumbling to the ground, then I think it's doing fine.
These guys are low-key definitely flirting. The fuck? Yeah. I'm so sad Choo Choo Charles isn't coming out till December. I saw more about the game on Twitter, I think. What a ridiculous looking fucking game. I want to play it. I don't want to get jump scared though. Games are scary. Imagine playing Mortuary's Assistant. That game actually scared the shit out of me. I'm glad I'm playing something like this to ease in. I'm still getting scared. My heart rate's still accelerating, but it's not like getting to me. Not like, oh my god, I gotta stall. I don't stall in this game. Parkour, baby! Oh my god. It's definitely becoming a thing. Did he just push her up? Did Ryan just fucking push her up?
I could really do with a hamburger right about now.
Stop being weird.
Wait, how the fuck do the lights even work if it doesn't... If it's just not up to code? Like, that shit just fell apart from us walking on it. How the fuck are the lights up here?
Oh boy, this is high. Whoa.
Shit.
Do you think actually something is in here with us?
Either that or this route isn't as disused as we thought.
Okay, that's a fair assessment. It's not as used as you thought it was. Where was he walking earlier? He was walking backwards. Why, is there something over there?
A long way down.
Dude, why am I so nervous? I'm so fucking nervous right now. Someone say something. Make me less nervous.
Well,
cave in. Do not enter.
Where's cave out?
Look who's finding their funny bone.
Funny bone. They're actually bonding. That means that I'm gonna have to like pick between Laura or
what's your
Ryan
deal?
or Chris Hackett.
The whole mysterious, brooding loner thing, it doesn't quite fit with the I love my camp leader vibe.
So I don't fit into the right box, is that what you're saying?
You know that's not what I mean.
I've been coming here for years. You get to know a place and it feels like a second home, you know? I mean, until now.
What about your friend, Caitlin? Is that her name? It seems like she looks up to you.
Yeah, she has the hots for me. Dylan does too.
Oh, so he knows.
Modesty, thy name is Ryan.
I'm not being smug about it. It's just a fact. They're not exactly secretive about it.
So what about you? Who do you like more?
I don't know. Maybe neither.
I think he likes
This
Dylan
way.
more,
I see a light.
to be honest.
Yeah.
Oddly
Or you can
suspicious
just hang out here. Up to you.
light. I'm powerful, baby.
Someone's been eating their spinach.
You want to go into the collapsing nightmare tunnel first, or shall I?
Popeye the Sailor. The Wheel of Fortune. I really want like a tarot card deck. Not for the sake of like actually doing like tarot work or like mystical shenanigans. Just because I think tarot cards look really fucking pretty. And combine that with like some really nice cards. It's a recipe for like a really cool collectible item. Just to have in my house. That'd be dope. I would love something like that. You know. Don't mind me. I'm just looking at this pumpkin thing. That's not a pumpkin thing. It's a pile of bowls that looks like a face. How cute. I didn't have a job to afford a... What's a F3H one? We got moonshine here. Hey, yo.
Careful. Splinters.
Thanks, I'm fine.
Fire Emblem 3 houses.
Guess
we made one with us.
Party.
Alcohol. From Prohibition. These are rum running tunnels.
That would make that liquor almost 100 years old. Probably still good.
Good. Try vintage. Well, I guess the Hacketts were bootleggers.
Makes sense. I guess when the quarry shut down, they branched out.
Come on, time travel later.
Apparently Dimitri was the moon. Yeah, did he show people his moon? On that card? Did he show everyone the cake that he baked?
You think this is it?
Beats me. I'm pretty much completely lost.
Yeah, me too. Shall we?
Shall we dance? Shall we dance? Da, 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 da. Caitlin, Hackett's Quarry Lodge. You love that song? I don't remember where it's from. It just clicked when she said, shall we? The King and I? Oh, the cartoon thingy.
What the hell happened here?
That's kind of my bad. Had a bit of a tumble with one of the locals.
The fuck? Caitlin, this place is wrecked.
Well, you should see the other guy.
What do you think happened to Jacob and Emma?
Probably nothing. Hopefully.
I mean, should we go find them? Warn them?
Oh, chariot. Think. The van. We're right there.
Try and get help.
Right. And then we can come back for them.
And Nick.
And Nick.
Going right into the car.
What? Is there something in there?
I don't know.
What is it?
That car's kind of jumpy.
Jacob?
Who am I playing as? I'm playing as Caitlin.
Emma?
Are they... Should I open it up?
Your funeral, buddy.
Bro? I literally have no say in this! Emma, they're talking. There's no shot Emma doesn't fucking hear them talking out.
Ah, she maced me! She maced me!
Hey, it's us! Oh, shit.
It burns!
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Dylan, I am so sorry. I didn't know it was you. I was really scared and I thought...
It's not mace.
What?
Air freshener.
Oh.
What the fuck?
It's all I could find in the van.
Okay. Cool.
Dylan, you're, So she was in the police station this whole time?
Insane, right?
This whole time, we were having such a fun summer. We never knew.
Jeez.
Damn.
Okay.
Can you fix it?
No,
Oh.
not without some parts. Specifically, a rotor arm. There's a scrapyard up the road.
So you can fix it?
Well, no promises, but if there's hope, that's where we're gonna find it.
Okay, so she wants to go to a scrapyard?
That sounds like a long shot.
Encouraging.
Dylan, come on. Look, I need you. We need you.
Fine. Okay. Once again, Dylan puts himself in mortal danger for the sake of his work friends.
Now you're listening to the song on Spotify? I completely forgot about it.
What
That was
exactly
just
are we supposed to do? I mean, the van is nice, but it's not exactly Fort Knox.
Well, there's a shelter under the lodge. You could be safe there for a while.
All right. Abby, you're with me. Good luck.
Is there anything in the lodge? Anything in the lodge at all? Interesting. Okay, magic doors. My favorite. You know I love a magic door. That's
was that?
crazy.
Huh? What was that?
Oh, it's nothing. We got guests downstairs. We don't want any more blood on our hands.
Okay, fair.
Keep it down.
You keep it down.
Shh.
Playing as Ryan now. Okay, playing as Ryan. I'm going over here. Fuck everything. The Empress. I would really want some like really cool designed rum still designs of whatchamacallits. They'd be so cool. Prohibition days, a relic of the Hackett's family past. Crazy that it's still crazy to me that the prohibition actually happened.
I guess business was booming.
Still, it wasn't. How does the family go from making beer to stop making beer? I guess werewolves. I guess not beer, it's moonshine, but that's besides. Anything over here? The Emperor. Oh my god, I'm so fucking good. Empress and the Emperor. That's... Talk about insane fucking gameplay.
Jeez. Poor kid. Head this big.
Bobby?
Who's Bobby?
I don't think kill Bobby, do I? I kind of like them. I like their family.
Careful.
Okay.
Oh, this is the red room. The red room where the thing is.
It's coming from a bed.
Danger. Electricity. Jacob's here. Yeah!
Hey, it's Ryan.
I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. Okay, hold up. Let's read the tarot cards. Let's see what tarot cards I got. I need to read them. Got the moon. Cunning and intuition. Okay. We got the chariot. Oh, let's replay this vision. It already happened, right? So maybe there's like an alternative choice action. Like something could have happened to Emma. And that would have been really bad. Empress, look at her. Those at the top can fall the hardest. Such a shame to nurture little monsters only to live long enough to watch them kill you. It's no less than she deserves. Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune, after all, fortune is nothing but a spinning wheel. Sometimes they can take a chance. Karma works in a mysterious way, but it favors those who pay attention. Watch closely as the wheel spins. The eagle eye can tell where it's going to stop. The Emperor, authority, paternity, structures designed to topple? No. How the mighty may fall and their empires with them. Let them bleed, let them rip each other apart, let them out. Is that an indication that we want the Hackett family to fuck themselves over? The Wheel of Fortune sounds kind of interesting. After all,
I haven't seen your face, but I know it's you.
Bum, 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 bum. The Lord Yeetiv and the Lord Yoinkif away. Hello, Victor7TV. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. We're playing The Quarry. My eye is itchy, and quite frankly, some of these characters are a little bitchy. But ahoy, my dude. Welcome. How are you doing? How was your stream? What were you doing? Kylie, could you /shout out to Victor7? That'd be really cool. Hello, True Nags. Hello, I go by Beast. All right, Beast. Hey, welcome back, Alex Knight. 2 for 1, 22. Oh, fuck.
No one is
Did it work?
Sure why,
Did it work?
But perhaps
Did it work?
he
It
thought something
motherfucking worked.
peculiar would happen.
Let's go.
How strange.
Thank you so much for that follow, True Nags.
Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Jinxie Magic. Did I say that right? I think so. Thank you for coming in with the raid. Hey, that's new. The shout out command or the follow notification. Regardless, I can't see what exactly it was that you did. So what were you doing? If you don't mind me asking. How was your stream? You having a fun time? Hope so. Yeah, we're just playing The Quarry. I literally redid the playthrough up to a certain point yesterday where I accidentally killed someone. Whoops. So I got annoyed and pissed off. So I did a speedrun of the playthrough off stream just to catch up, and we're a bit further in now. But now I have 2 saves, so I can go back to the fucked up save later and more or less kill everyone, because that'd be kind of cool as well. See how they die. But that's kind of besides the point. But I hope you had a good stream though. Thank you, by the way, Kylie. I'm assuming it was you, Kylie, but thank you. It could have been Neo, but I'm assuming it was Kylie. Don't open that cage, because it's shocking. Cage is quite shocking.
Bad idea.
Yep. Danger. Electricity. 357. Are those the numbers I saw?
Look, you gotta get
Is he in number 3?
It's
Cage 3?
There's a box in the corner of the room. I think that's how they're operated, okay? I saw this old guy, hunter dude from the woods. He used that.
Okay. So the circuit breaker. It's a circuit breaker. 357. I see 357. Yeah.
Why are you here, Travis? You ought to be out with the others. Like I say, we've been all night long trying to keep those kids safe.
Have you played this, Victor?
Ma. It's Kaylee.
Is Kaylee
She's dead.
Oh, she dead.
No.
No.
Boys are bringing her in right now.
Now I know you got to screw loose in that cop head of yours. There ain't no way to kill her in her kind of condition.
Silver bullet. She's dead, Ma.
No.
Yeah.
God damn.
Constance is her name?
No. Not my granddaughter. Not my only granddaughter. Not my Kaylee. Not my little Kaylee. Not my little Kaylee. Not my little Kaylee. You goddamn piece of shit!
want my little Kaylee?
You goddamn piece of shit.
What did you do to her?
He didn't do shit. He actually didn't do shit. Oh no, what the fuck is she gonna do? What the fuck is she gonna do? Laura's about to do something.
Wait!
Yeah, stop Laura. Fuck no.
Why would they lock him in a cage?
And who the hell is it?
Who the hell is she? She's in charge. You've already got it wrong once. It might even be Nick.
Your friend?
Hey, listen. Okay, they said that they've already got 2 of us accounted for. Whatever that means.
Whoever
2 of us?
They're not
2 of the kids. So that is Nick.
Remember? You've got to be sure. You promised.
Fine. You gotta get me out of here. Okay, seriously, man.
Yeah, Jacob, no shit. I'm gonna try to get you fucking out.
They took it. They took it!
You fucking idiot!
Ma.
God damn it!
Okay. Parental issues. Surely.
Get away! Get away!
Get away from me. Look at her. Naggy butt.
They're close.
No, we're gonna help.
Okay.
We're gonna help.
Okay.
You gotta get ready for work, but I'll leave this lurk up. No, don't. You don't have to apologize for shit. Thank you so much for raiding. I appreciate you. I figured you were busy getting ready and stuff. Don't worry. Seriously, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're doing well. I really hope you're doing well. And have a good day at work. Or a good night at work. I'm not sure what you do for work exactly, but you take care. You take care of yourself. And if anyone doesn't know who Victor is, they're a good friend of our friend Dio. And they're pretty wholesome. They're pretty chill. I was watching them do a D&D session the other day. It was oh wait, True Nags was the one that had 5 HP, wasn't he? I just remember that. Anyway, yeah, no. Yeah, obviously Dio was not paying attention or he'd be losing his shit. Yeah, no, it was Nags. I fucking knew it. I remember that name was familiar. Thank you, Beast, for the yep. But no, yeah, no, don't worry. I know you gotta get ready for work. I understand how it works. I get the vibe. You have a wonderful night as a security officer. Hopefully no spooky shit happens this month for you. You continue on Monday? Okay, bet. You take care and have a wonderful night. On the other, yeah, yelled it. Okay, so you're okay. I remember now. Okay, that's cool. That was a dorky stream. I was cleaning my room a little bit. I'm still in the process of cleaning said room, but I go little by little, while I was watching. But hey, you guys take care. Or no, Victor, take care. Enjoy. Get ready. Don't let me hold you back. Get ready. You know, get food, get water, change. Do what you got to do, bro. All right.
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen.
I appreciate it.
How strange.
I can't stay.
Anyways, welcome,
That's fine,
stranger.
Dio. It's just his face right now. You haven't played this yet? Hasn't this game been out forever? I swear you play everything like on release almost. No, you've been busy though. I feel that. Spoilers. No, you take care, Dio. Take care. All right. Anywho, I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna give y'all literally 3 seconds if you don't want spoilers. I didn't count it all, but fuck it. 3 seconds. That was 3 seconds. Here we go.
Okay, talk me through it. Okay, so all I know is you have to open my door and that door. And definitely not that door.
Oh.
That was his fucking advice? Open that door and that door. And not that door.
Cool.
Bro,
thanks,
what?
Detective. Oh, cool. Thanks, detective.
Okay, fuck you, man. I'm trying to help.
No, fuck you. I'm trying to help.
Shut up. Okay, there's a console on the wall over there, like a box or whatever. You should be able to use those switches to isolate each cage.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. He might actually die here if I fuck up, though. Okay.
Come on.
4? 7, 5, 3, 3, 5, 7. What? Who designed this? 3, 5, 7, and I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's 1? Where's 2? Where's 4? 1, 2, 4. What happened to those? Where are those gates? That makes no logical sense. Who designed this? Actually stupid. Is it like a visual cue? No. There actually isn't a visual cue. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 5, 7. I need to think about this for a second. I feel like I'm gonna fuck up. I need to think about this for a second. Am I supposed to... Was there some sort of clue that I missed? Is there a clue that I should have read? I'm gonna go through my clues real quick. Yeah, bye Dio. I'm gonna go through my clues real quick. Memory card, scarred flesh. We missed a piece of evidence somewhere. Don't know where. That's fine. Clues. Damaged memorabilia. Rum still. 1930s. Right. Paths. So like anything here? Love's Labor's Lost. Nope. Tarot cards. Alright, tarot cards. Wheel of Fortune. Is there any numbers? Anything? X? 10? 4? 3? 3 plus 4 equals 7. Fuck, I don't want to fuck up and do this incorrectly though. Okay. This is gonna sound really stupid. What if it's just adding? How stupid would that be? That'd be such a stupid game design if that was the case. But then it would be... Because these are the 2 cards we got just now. 3 plus 4 equals 7. And 7 is the number of the cage on the thing. So if I pull down 3 and 4... That opens the bad cage. So I don't want to do that. But in that case, could I do... What happens if I do a wrong number? What if I start with 1 and... What, he's in cage 3, right? He's in cage 3. So what if I do 1 and 2? That's 3. What if I just do 3 at the start though? But do I have to do 2? I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know how what I'm saying makes any sense. There's literally no indication that this is how this should be. Literally no fucking indication. I just gotta mess with it. I just have to mess with it. I have to fucking mess with this. There's no clue. There's no hints. There's no nothing. We didn't get to see the old guy mess with this. Fucking voice scared me. Okay. Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna try 1. What happens? What happens with 1? We try 2 now, right? We try 2 now. What does that do? What does that do?
Okay. Hold on, Nudge.
This game is dog shit. How is this?
It's the middle one, dude. Don't fuck this up.
Yeah, I'll try my best. Okay. That worked. No, don't fucking abandon him. Continue.
I can do this.
Focus, dude. Focus.
What was the middle number? 5? 5? 5? I don't want to add to 7 by like accident or something. I'm gonna do 3 start at the start. Then I'm gonna do 2. I'm gonna do 2. If this fucking works, I'm gonna complain. Alright, I'm pausing. I'm fucking complaining. How am I supposed to know that? I went off of that because I just noticed the casual number correlation with the fucking tarot cards. What indication would tell you that you're supposed to fucking add? Only reason why I even chose this was because I was looking at the numbers of the damn cards. 3, 4. And I was like, haha, 7. 3 plus 4 equals 7. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. And they have a cage that's number 7. Where's the fucking logic? How would anyone possibly infer that from that? I would have just pressed 3 at the start. But if I press 3 and I have to press another one, do I fuck it up? What happens if I fuck up? I didn't fuck up there, I guess, because I got lucky. But what happens if I fuck up? What if I do like, what if I do 2 at once? Like, I start with 3, and then I do 1, and it equals 4, right? What happens if I just get 4? What if I do 4? Like, all of them just... Do I electrocute myself? Like, do I just... dead? Like, what happens? What the fuck is that? Sorry. Sorry. Hello, Snake. I said I was about to go to bed and I saw the handsome man streaming. Well, no, you. You're the one streaming. This is you. What time is movie night? We haven't decided yet. But probably earlier in the day, and it will continue on till probably around now in the day, maybe. So, maybe we can go like 8 hours ago. 8 hours ago. That sound good? But no, seriously, how does this make any fucking sense? If I didn't get some random like haha funny math connection between the Empress and the Emperor, how the fuck would I have been able to guess that? Because I did 1 because I want to see what would happen if I got 1 wrong. It's like, okay, what if I just do 1? Do I die? Do I, like, surely not. And then it worked, and it's like, oh wait, I can keep going. So I added to 3 with the 2, and it... Shitty fucking game design. Shitty fucking game design. There's no bullshit that's gonna happen, right? No bullshit.
Oh, damn. You look awful.
Thanks. Where's everyone else?
Jake.
Holy shit. 8 hours ago. What time it was now, but 8 hours ago. That's when we'll start. We'll start movie night tomorrow. Spooky movie night. 8 hours ago. Like 1:30 p.m. my time. Right now it's 9:30 p.m.
wasn't with them. I don't know where she is. But you should go catch up with them. Be careful. We came into the mines. I don't know if there's a way back up.
Dude, how does this puzzle make any fucking sense, though? Like, seriously.
Not my... God, not my only granddaughter. Not my Kaylee. Not my little Kaylee.
Sure? I don't know what time it is.
So, you had those motherfucking counselors in your goddamn jail for 2 whole motherfucking months, right? And you're telling me now that instead of putting a bullet into each one of their little sorry shit-stained brains...
Oh, I don't like Constance. I don't like Constance.
You gave them your silver bullet gun and they shot my Kaylee with it? Is that what you're telling me now, Travis?
No more blood on your hands. That's what you said it.
Oh my God, we are way past that now.
Ma, what if it had been me or Bobby?
Oh, so they're all related. They're all related.
She was your family. A good boy protects his family.
Bro, this lady's kind of fucked up.
Boy.
No, fuck you. Fuck you, Constance.
Wish I could take
I
it
don't
all
like
back.
Constance.
I wish I could take it all back, but I can't.
Well, I just don't understand why you couldn't have just taken care of the problem when you had the chance.
Taking care of the problem? Do you hear yourself?
Yes, I hear my goddamn self. I may be old, but I ain't deaf.
I'm a police police officer!
Oh, so now I'm blind, you motherfucker! Now I'm blind. Oh, you just flashing that badge around like it's worth $1 million. The only reason you got it is because Hank got killed in a gypsy fire.
Ma.
Don't ma. Don't ma
Hank,
me.
would you sit down, please?
Don't you tell me what to do.
Please.
And don't you go around. Don't you go around like you better than everybody else, because you ain't.
Would you please?
The fire happened 6 years ago. Interesting. If Constant dies like she complains, she's in for a bad death. Constant voted for Trump. Oh, for sure.
Don't
Oh,
you
for
tell
sure.
me what to do, you piece of shit. Yes.
Stallone, motherfucker!
Ryan, run!
Ma, send Bobby down.
Her beauty is a tiger. Be careful, make sure that shit doesn't bite.
Zooming into, but he's hot? Wait, what? What do you mean?
Beauty is inside.
Ryan?
That's why I need to find the key tonight.
Oh, this music. Kind of fire.
When I say yes, you say no. Want to love you when the lights turn down.
What the fuck is this song?
You see, you please me so. Want to touch you when the sun goes down. Sun goes down.
End of the chapter? It is. I kind of need to pee.
Welcome back.
I got 3
Did
cards
you
at a
miss
time.
me? Hopefully, you've brought me some more of my cards. Let's have a look.
Let's try to figure out. The cards are clues to what's gonna happen in the game.
The Empress. Look at her. Those at the top can fall the hardest.
Is that a hint at Constance?
To nurture little monsters, only to live long enough to watch them kill you. But it's no less than she deserves.
Okay, that's a little interesting.
The Wheel of Fortune.
This is a. I have a theory. I think this old lady is the hag of Hackett's quarry. I'm guessing, but I don't know much about her. I'm so lost about the entire game, and I've only been here for 9 minutes. Welcome.
Fortune is nothing but a spinning wheel. Sometimes you have to take a chance. Karma works in mysterious ways, but it favors those who pay attention.
All right, I'm picking that card. I think I'm picking that card. I think.
Though the wheel spins, the eagle eye.
I need the info of that one. The vision. The Emperor.
The Emperor.
Authority,
paternity,
structures
designed to topple. No? How the mighty may fall, and their empires with them. Let them bleed. Let them rip.
Is that a hint at Chris Hackett?
Let them walk. Details.
I want to see more.
Then choose the possible future you'd like to
Quote
witness.
69.
And watch carefully. Try and find some clarity.
Yes, of course. We're gonna watch carefully. Wheel of Fortune. It's definitely the more important one.
Go. You've still got time. Be careful now. Be very careful.
2 deaths? 2 people can die here? Fuck me, I need to pee. I need to pee so goddamn badly. I'll be right back. I need to do a better job of running these stupid ads whenever I go on breaks, so forgive me. BRB. I'm gonna get some water as well. My throat's getting kind of dry. Oh, we're playing as Dylan. All right, I'll BRB though. I'll BRB. You guys behave. Y'all behave now. 60-second ad and BRB screen. Woo. Just like TT, ooh, just like TT, ooh. Ba-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da! Nandi! 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 Ike! Alright, let's see where we spawn. Oh! GG, guys. Hey, we did it, guys. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. No! Oh, fuck. He's gonna get me off the map. No! Fuck.
So that's the first thing I did. Hell no!
He's in second phase again.
That is your fault for
because
camping.
no one will come here and get me because you're camping.
He's in second phase again.
Yes, because you're camping.
Hi.
Well, you're not camping, but you're one-tapping people.
She wasn't fully healed. Oh, that was adorable. That was actually adorable. I was just staring at you.
This is fancy. Ooh, this is fancy. Don't fall. Charles! Charles! Hold me! What the fuck?
I'm sorry that my gameplay is really bad right now. I don't know, I usually don't play this badly. Maybe it's something like less focused. Even then, these ranks are pretty low to play.
Holy fuck.
Should be couldn't shoot because his body was blocking. That shot. I think I'm legit like lagging or something.
I got 4K.
That was
The TEP? The TEP? The THEP? Hello. Is your channel family friendly? Ow. No. Fuck up my little back there. Boo. Always that clip? What clip was it? I got me a little small Norwegian chocolate. I'm almost out of Norwegian chocolate. I'm so fucking sad. I've been trying to eat as little as possible out here rationing my own fucking chocolate, dude. The one where I yell? The obnoxiously loud one?
The scrapyard? Nah.
The way to
Just
delete
seen the
specific
sign on my
clips?
way to
I have to
camp.
remember the link where I got those clips. Or I got that replay format. And then change it.
What if we
That's what
just, like, walk to the main road?
This isn't the main road?
No, this is all Hackett property. The main road is another mile that way. Wait, how do I know so much more about everything than you do?
Wait, shut up. So basically, it's another hour walk to the main road, and then at least another 3 to 4 hour walk until we hit the nearest whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that?
That noise scared the fuck out of me.
Let's just keep moving.
Okay. So.
Oh.
I guess this is me now.
I guess this. I think it's based on like popular
You're
clips.
gonna look great with a hook. We can call you Hooky McHookface.
I mean, fuck it.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty unique. I could get different
Evil
attachments
Dead
for it.
references.
Yeah, man. Lean into it. One hell of a story, too.
Yeah, I guess it's something to talk about on the radio station.
We're all gonna be laughing about this in a few years. You, me, maybe even Ryan.
Kinda got close at the fire pit back there. Am I crazy or was something about to happen?
There's always next year, right?
Well, let's get through this year first.
That is very truthful.
Wouldn't really matter anyway. It looks like we finally know Ryan's type. Confident and heroic.
So I am right. There is chemistry between him and Laura.
Maybe she shivers his timbers.
There.
Giver me timbers. Doesn't Jacob have the rotor arm?
Oh shit.
Relax. It's a motion sensor. We're okay. I think.
Oh look, steampunk's back.
Maybe jump a little bit.
Come on, this way.
All right, I didn't jump. I froze actually. We're switching again. Oh, this is Abigail. Abby. Fatality.
So what do we do now? Well, I guess we just make ourselves at home. Whip up some cocktails, see what's on the TV. No?
Yeah, Emma's growing on me. I know she's kind of annoying.
Why are you always so positive?
She fakes it.
Why do you keep asking me that?
She fakes it so she can keep
I
going.
asked you about your confidence, not your whatever is happening right now.
I don't know. I guess I just don't like to see other people sad.
That's bullshit. I know how you treated Jacob.
Is that why you do the internet video thingy?
Internet video thingy?
Whatever.
Internet video thingy.
You know, people think influencers do it just for the attention, and maybe you do at first. But after a while, it's like, what's the difference between 4,000 rando likes and 100,000 rando likes? But I make people laugh. I act dumb and they laugh. Maybe that makes me dumb? Or maybe I just like to make people laugh.
This is a little fourth Wally, a little on the nose. Little.
Fuck this night, huh?
Yeah.
Come on. I want to hear you say it.
Fuck this night. Fuck it all the way to morning.
I don't know why I had to stop. Can you imagine if they added a quick time event to say fuck this night? Like up, down, left, right. Fuck this motherfucking night.
Put me down!
Oh, that's a interesting shot.
Easy, Ma. Put me down, you'll
the
break
moon.
Blow your fucking head up!
Everybody just relax.
Can't shoot what you can't see, darling.
Am I playing as her? I am playing as her. Fantastic.
Gotcha. You'll pay for what you did to my Kaylee.
Oh no fucking shot. I have to do this. This is gonna be bad. Oh, that's fucking gnarly. That's so disgusting. What the fuck? Is that the Empress Q? The little... So it's not her?
Constance.
Nah, Constance is dead.
What's going on up here?
Wake up.
Oh,
Wake
God.
up. Darling. Wake up.
Of course, the old dude's name is Jebediah. Jebediah and Constance. Rolled and smoked. Fucking yeeted. God damn it.
Oh. She's gone. Little Bobby. Marlon's gone. Too. Yeah.
I mean, no fucking shit. But it's kind of also Constance's fault for trying to start shit for no fucking reason.
No more protecting anymore. Travis.
Oh my god. Jebediah! Time event, bitch! Juked! Like licorice recoil. Dude! Bobby just knifed us, man! What? What the fuck? Didn't work. Didn't work. Didn't work. It's more of a what the fuck moment anyways. Bobby didn't scare me. It's just... it didn't work. Alright. Gotta focus. Oh, he went inside the little thingy. Is there a quick time event here? No, it's just... I just drag it down. That's all I do. Fuck. That's like right in the fucking side as well. That's such a bad spot.
That's not good.
Dude, don't pull out the fucking knife. No! No, we don't do that. You idiot. Yeah. Yeah. Why is that even an option? I'm his going to sleep. Wait, I'm his going to sleep. See you at movie night. Oh no, yeah, no, sleep well, Snake. Yeah, I'll see you at movie night. See you at movie night. You take care. You rest well. Thank you for trying to spook me, but instead of just a little wholesome moment that yeah. Alright. A fucking mirror? What a creepy looking mirror. What'd I just do? What is this? Haley's letter. Can I read it? Addressed to her grandmother. Oh, so no, I can't read it. Great bit of evidence, though, I suppose. Cabinet. What's in here? Wait, should I have done this? Is it gonna like jump scare me? Oh no, it's empty. Oh, I'm gonna have to hide in this fucking... I'm gonna have to hide in the cabinet. But that's what that is. Is there anything else around here? Look around at. I wanna open doors yet. I wanna take like a proper look-see around. Oh, fuck was that? I really don't want to open any doors yet, you know? Maybe there's a card here as well. Maybe we can try to look for a card. Maybe not. Locked. About to be jump scared. It's also locked. Okay. Now we're gonna get jump scared. Oh shit! Hide, right? In the cabinet. That's how we saw it. Bro, did he see us? Oh fuck, I have to hold my damn breath. Oh, I didn't take a deep breath.
I'm close. Stand by. Over.
I'm so fucking scared. Kylie, help. I'm so scared. Why am I so scared? Why am I so scared right now? Whatever. Dude, Bobby is fucking blind. I'm telling you. Bobby's actually blind as shit.
You can't hide from me in my own house, fucker!
You're a fucker.
Yeah. I bet you're a motherfucker too. Don't lie. Bobby. Got him. Wait, what? Wait, what? 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 I'm hiding. I don't know where we're running. I don't know what's going on. There's no need to run.
I can hear you breathing, little girl.
It's like quick time events. Is that what's happening? Quick time events now. We running? We zooming? Is that what's going on? Can I move? No, I can move. So we're gonna get some information now. Maybe some evidence.
There
Hunting
are bears
trophy.
around here.
There are bears around here? Okay. Do you like jazz? Piano? Fucking YOLO.
Dick.
I was really hoping something cool would happen. Like a secret passageway would open or something. Can I play it again? No. Going up. This guy's hunted a lot of fucking shit. Why is this mansion so fucking run down? Like, I know you guys are supposed to be like the K-Konas or whatever, like typical K-Kona. This seems a bit too obvious. What's over here first? Also seems like a pathway. Don't want like jumpstart or anything. A little bit of info here we can gather. Cargo should hold Chris. Oh, I wasn't reading that. I was paying attention. I want to read that. I want to read that properly. These cages should hold Chris, Caleb, and Kaylee. When camp's over, they can keep hunting the white wolf. He's got to come back sooner or later. It'll be safe if we use blood. Last thing we need is more casualty. That's really good info. So that's what the cages are for. What's here? Hackett family tree? Birth, death, marriage. Jebediah Hackett. Can I look at it like properly? Where's the incest? Where's the incest? I bet there's incest. Huh? Okay, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Not gonna lie, family. Not gonna lie, Hackett family. I thought you guys were a little different. Wait, no, actually. Oh, never mind. That makes sense. Never mind. Honestly, great job. I guess that's the only reason why Bobby's so fucking built. He can't be that built if there's little DNA problems. You know what I mean? Little I know he's a little slow, but that seems like a nature. That seems like a nurture thing, not a nature thing. Ooh, the sun. Thank you very much. Cool beans. Ah, fuck. Cutscene. Ah! Oh, God.
We ain't playing games no more, little girl.
Try me, motherfucker.
He shot her.
You know something? I ain't got enough silver to kill you, but I sure to hell can make you suffer.
Okay. Quick time events. Let's go. Kick his balls. Or kick him back. That works too. Same kick again. Backslap him, I mean. Nah. Fuck this. Yeah. Yeah. Ain't fucking around. It's a really big forehead. It's alright. Because she got a really big brain to go along with it. Wait, so if this happened anyways, you're telling me Jacob would have died? Oh god, so I... Travis is devastated. Oh, I feel bad for Travis, bro. I actually feel kind of bad for Travis. He just lost his mom, his dad, and his sister. I know he's kind of a dickhead cop, but he actually just lost 3 people in his family just now. And, you know, he has Bobby and Chris, and Chris's kid, technically, but I don't know. I wouldn't really count, like, a nephew to be the same way unless you're, like, really close. But maybe they were. We know nothing about the nephew, though. I literally know jack shit about the nephew. But... I don't know, you know?
Wait!
Dude, I actually feel really bad for him. I wouldn't wait either, but I do feel bad for him. Okay, Bobby. Okay, Bobby. Dude, that knife wound sucks. Maybe get bit and then kill whoever bit you. Bro's moving too slowly. Understandably, but like... Ooh, fuck. That was a different direction that time. That scared me. Hold that breath. Hold that breath in. Good? You good? We're good. Ryan's moaning in pain. I feel you, dude. I feel you. I fucking hate it too. But it is what it is. Mom's going crazy.
Come on, man. You gotta help me.
I do?
Yeah, I promise. I won't tell anyone anything.
No, man. Family first. Besides, I'll get in trouble.
Do I stab him here? With the knife that's in my chest? Is this like an alpha gangster move right now that I do? Kylie, I can't decide. I don't know if it's gonna fuck me over or not. I wanna make a save. I need to make a save. I need to make a fucking save. Okay, okay. Scum saving. I'm scum saving right now. Desktop. 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 Alright. Paste this one. And I will call this save. Ryan knife stab save. I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to pull the knife out of me.
Please. You stole my knife.
He takes it out anyways. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, Laura. Oh no, you've been bit.
Pick on someone you're.
Oh no, you've been bit. Oh, I want to give the guy who did this voice acting the proper props, cause what the fuck? That was too good. Travis! Dude, he just runs away. All right, Bobby's a little slow. Bobby's a little slow. We forgive him.
What the fuck happened to you?
Wait, am I playing as Ryan? I am playing as Ryan. Okay.
Oh, you know, nothing out of the ordinary.
Oh, Ryan.
Here's my plan. We're dying. That's a fatal wound. That's actually a fatal wound. You pull that out, you're gonna bleed out to death. That's a proper fatal wound. But I have a plan. If she bites us, maybe Ryan can live. If that's an option that pops up, maybe we can live. Like intentionally bites us, because you know how she heals her own fucking eye. Maybe we can do something like that.
So sorry.
That bad, huh?
Dude, that's a lot of fucking blood already.
Trying to fix it. Whatever this is, people keep getting hurt. First Max, now you.
I mean, come on. Don't need to be mocking. She's trying.
It's not your fault. I didn't have to come here.
True.
I shouldn't have let you come.
Maybe.
You're not the boss of me.
Facts. Dude, they actually have chemistry. These guys have proper chemistry. I thought Dylan and him had chemistry, but then Laura showed up and like, I guess she's stealing the scene now.
You've lost a lot of blood.
Yeah, he has.
But it'll heal though, right?
And not unless you get to a hospital like now. And as we know, there's no place close by. You're like 4 hours out at least.
Wait. Maybe it will.
What?
Is she gonna say it?
If you let me bite you.
What?
If you let me bite you, it means you'll be infected. Which means
it will heal.
Yeah. But it also means
Yeah, I got it, Big Bad Wolf.
Ryan, I don't have much time. I can feel it like it's fighting to get out. If you let me bite you and you heal, then
I have to kill Chris.
It's not killing Chris, it's killing a werewolf. It's saving your own life. And mine. And Max's and your friends, too.
Fuck. She had such a good point.
And live to kill Chris Hackett. Or bleed out and die.
Fuck, man.
Pretty much, yeah. It's your call. For now. So we doing this or no?
Fuck it. Fuck it. We have to. We have to. We have to actually accept. Otherwise we will actually die.
Do it.
Do it.
Okay.
Whose ring is she wearing? Is that Max's ring? Are they engaged?
Nice
These guys have actual proper chemistry. What a romantic kiss that's about to happen right now. Except instead of a kiss, it's a bite into flesh. Do it, Laura! Bite into that! Nah, accept it. Accept it. Take the L. Take the L.
Okay.
You should start to feel better soon, I guess. Fuck. We gotta go. What? We got it.
Oh, what do I do? What do I do? What the fuck do I do? Oh, the ending it? Is that the end of the chapter? End of chapter? We're good? No more? Oh no, we're playing it. Oh, right. Forgot about the motion sensor scrapyard thing. Forgot about it.
These guys never throw anything out, huh?
So, do you want to give me some direction on what we're looking for specifically?
Rotor arm.
Most of these cars look like they've already been stripped for parts. Just empty frames and chassis, which doesn't help us much.
She knows a lot about cars and
so
shotguns.
we're looking
Or
for
guns in general, I guess.
engines?
Well, anything relatively intact.
Got it. Looks like we got our work cut out for us, huh?
Try not to make too much noise.
Oh, right. Anything by you?
Not yet. Keep looking.
Okay. Wait, is Nick gonna come here? Because Nick was released, right? So maybe Nick is gonna show up here. I'll walk out here. Okay, won't let me. It blocks me off. Good game. Blocking me off like that. What a good game. Fuck you! What the hell was that, man? That actually made me scared. Got it, bro. I got it. Thank you, dickhead. How's there a scrapyard here? Does this belong to the Hackett family as well? No, they were walking out of the property, right? This is some random person's... This is actually someone random. So it's a button, but what for? I don't want to make too much noise yet. I'll go back to that in a second. I just want to see if there's anything up here. I'm scared of buttons. I see button, I get scared. I don't just push button. My name is not Stanley. August 22nd, full moon. No, this is a Hackett property thing. They're talking about full moon.
Bitches had it all planned out.
Is this where Bobby works, maybe? I see a bombshell type of woman on the calendar. I'm off to bed. Take care, dorks. You take care as well, Sonny. Thank you for hanging out.
Who's T?
Travis. Enjoy your night.
like these guys
Enjoy your
are cooking
night,
the books a
Sonny.
little.
Enjoy your night.
Dodgy.
Well, we'll see you for the what is it called? Cheesecake competition. We'll see you there. Yee. Or the movie night tomorrow. Either or. Yee. Is there anything anything inside this thing here? No cards. Really? Wait, what was the clue we just got? I wasn't paying too much attention because I was trying to think. No, we already saw the Hackett family tree. SUV. Keep this off the books and out of the way. Okay, okay. That was when he got rid of the car. Okay.
Are we gonna end up in a documentary?
No. Shut up. Come on, let's go.
I like Dylan. I like Dylan a lot. I like Dylan more than I thought I would. He's gotten less annoying and like he has actually like witty, funny one-liners. Have I found any cards yet? I don't think I found any cards yet. Did you say psst? Did she say psst? Did I hallucinate that? Oh, fuck those lights, man. Oh, man, I need lighting, bro. I can't see what's over here. Oh, that sound scares me so much, man. What's this? Is there not lights here? Are there no lights in this area? Cringe. Wait, what actually is this spot? Oh, what is this?
You think Brian's okay?
He knows what he's doing.
It's a talking spot?
Probably safer than we are out
Okay.
here. Come on.
I mean, dude got literally stabbed and bit. So if she believes that, that means shit's about to go down here. Kinda sus. Ooh, a crane. Cool beans. I took the dark route. What's the main route? Oh, my eye. It got so itchy. Alright, hold up. This seems like a proper route. Does it? No. I'm gonna go a little bit further. I'm gonna go a little bit further. I hope it doesn't like push me into a cutscene or something. Okay, yeah, this actually seems like a proper route. So fuck that. I'm gonna go back here. I want to explore everything I can before we go to the giant thing I see in the map. Giant phallic structure. Crane. Isn't that the name of someone in Sleepy Hollows? Crane? Jebediah Crane? Or something? There's multiple paths. Definitely heard something. Just now. Getting a feel for the lay of the land. That's to do like some crazy running here soon. Okay, there's nothing there. I can see. So, I mean, I guess it's still a scrapyard, I guess. So maybe it shouldn't be surprising that there's nothing here.
Ah! Sorry, that was scary.
That made me scared too, dude. I literally froze hearing that.
So annoying.
We are being hunted by literal monsters And this is what bothers you?
Yeah, both are bad.
Thank you. Oh. Okay. Not sure that's gonna affect anything. Don't see shit. Those lights are scuffed. Are there no more cards, maybe? Fucky 2 game for turning off the lights there. Definitely could use some lights. I like having lights to see where the fuck I'm walking around. BT dubs, where the hell did Caitlyn go? Caitlyn, you lost? What? She coming. Oh, found one. Judgment, baby. I knew there's gonna be one. XX. All right, let's read this. Oh, and the sun. I forgot I had the sun as well. Okay. Judgment. Judgment day is upon us. That's what you'd expect from this card, isn't it? Though perhaps in this case, it's simpler than that. Perhaps one's own judgment, a snap decision to make, can save them from their own personal day of reckoning. Every step matters. Every decision tipping the balance one way or the other. Take your time, think, and maybe survive. And the sun, the vitality of a new day. There's still time to wake up to the warmth of the night. Survive. Your choices, your actions, your very life hangs in the balance. It's up to you to find your path in the darkness and see the sun rise once again. This little nod as to what's going on here. No, let me see this last vision. Okay. I think I'm kind of processing this. Let's see. Someone turns. They're beating up someone. She turns, she beats up Bobby. Ryan dies there, and then that dude dies. So that's a potential chance for Ryan to die there. Do I have to shoot Laura? I'm not having an Abigail situation happen on me again. It ain't happening. No, not in my house. Is there any evidence I can find around here? Literally walking around instead of going towards the giant shiny thing. Shiny crane. Oh, there's nothing here. Well, that's kind of fucking lame. I was hoping for some secret. You know, Brenda's song, funnily enough, kind of cute. Kind of cute in the game. She's so small. She's so tiny. But when she turned around and like the way she's carrying the gun, it's kind of wholesome in a really weird way. There's something here. Discarded signage. You're cute. No, you. What's up, Clock? How are you doing?
What's this?
That's a magic ball.
Scare.
Yeah, that's the one thing. No, you more. Haha. Got him. What up? Arum Scarum. That counts as a clue, right? We're traveling. Yeah, that's the harem scarum poster at the start. Discard the signage. Now it's the harem scarum. So this is the burnt down thing. Whatever was had happened here. Freak show goes up in flames. Interesting. Okay. How are you doing, Clock? What's going on? You having a good day today? Having a good day so far? Look, look at her. So small. So small. And she carries a gun that's like half her size.
Look.
The lights are on in the car. Oh, I thought it changed to like a different area.
So, you ever operated a crane before?
You bet your ass I haven't.
Pretty good at the claw game at my local arcade. The kids used
I
to
wonder if that
call
has
me
any
grab.
correlation.
No, nope.
Playing the claw game.
I hear that now.
Look, why don't you see if you can lower it down so I can take a look under the hood?
It's funny. How am I gonna shoot a fucking gun with one hand? Nah, shut up. Shut up, Dylan. That's a dumb thought. Dumb thought.
Sure, yeah, sure thing.
Inexperienced shooter shooting for the first time with one hand.
watch my back.
That's a recipe for fucking disaster. Very carefully. You're right. Plus he's up there. How's that gonna help him? She needs it more. She's on the ground. Unless the werewolf can climb fucking trees and like fucking alley-oop over. Some crazy bullshit. I don't know.
All right. Looks like somebody's mom never taught them how to clean up after themselves.
Yeah, you tell him.
Okay, let's see what we're working with. All right, not too complicated. Welcome back, grabber.
How did he figure that out so fast?
What the hell is going on?
My bad. Ah, shit. Okay. All right. Here goes nothing.
Something bad's about to happen. Something really bad's about to happen.
You did it!
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I think I found my calling.
About time! Well, maybe we can see if we can try and get this thing running. Score.
Gore, baby. What? Yeah, no. Warn Caitlin. Left the car.
There's something coming!
What?
Hide!
Let's fucking go, baby. Music time.
Dylan! Get the damn werewolf off the damn car! Hurry the fuck up!
Sound works. We know sound works. We know sound works. She lived, actually. All right. What's gonna happen? No, we can do something. We can do something. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Come on. You're gonna give me a quick time event. There's a possibility. Burn, bitch. Burn. We're gonna drop the car. We're gonna drop the car on it. We're gonna drop the car on it. Come on. Oh, I feel so pumped. I'm playing fucking Doom right now. This music. Oh.
Rusty bitch.
Don't worry. I can spam A all day. My APM, insane. Piece of fucking cake, bitch. Hopefully there's not like another one that's coming right now. If there's another one coming right now, we're fucked.
Dylan, thank you. You actually saved my life. For realsies.
Yeah, you know, no sweat. I just can't wait to see who they choose.
What?
What?
To play me in the movie about how brave I am.
Don't push it.
Okay.
This fucking guy, dude. This fucking guy.
So.
He's so dumb.
So much for our
I like him a lot. I have to admit.
Plan.
I have to actually. I like him.
Back to the lodge.
Are you nuts?
Better than being out in the open. Come on.
She has a really good point. Like, they never should have left, in my opinion. But we knew we had a rotor arm. They just needed to live until the next day. They almost died for no fucking reason. If they all just stayed together in the damn lodge, they would have been fine. Like, literally, they would have just been okay if they just stayed there. Oh, we're Abby. We're Abby. We're Abby now.
We can't just sit here. Why not? Dylan said it's safe here.
Well, yeah, I don't want to be waiting around.
But that's literally all we need to do. Just wait until morning, right?
Fine. But we
I
need
need
protection. Go see what you can find. It's better than just sitting around.
Oh, cool. The hair plant. Oh, my poor boy. Do you see what they did to us? How they hurt us? He's out there still, all alone. Each full moon they hunt him, armed with silver, trying to put an end to the curse they inflicted upon themselves when they sent my show ablaze 6 years ago. Stupid children. But little Silas, my little white wolf, he must be protected. You must not follow this path. Do you understand? Remember how I helped you all this time? What? Remember how I helped you all this time? Is this the fucking card lady? The hag of Hackett's Quarry? The one that keeps she's the one that keeps whispering Silas? Silas is the little white wolf? Silas is the OG? Each full moon they hunt him, armed with silver, trying to put an end to the curse they inflicted upon themselves when they set my show ablaze. Wait, the Hacketts started the fire? The Hacketts started the fire. And then Silas, her son, spread the curse? He must be protected. But who's the hag then? We see the hag. Is the hag still alive then? Is she also a werewolf? And how the fuck has she not changed yet? How is she always spooking us like that? Fuck is her problem? Wait, what was that? I saw something. Oh, that's the exit. I'm not leaving. We're not leaving. We gotta explore. Why the fuck did that scare me so much? I thought the Emma was the one that was there. Surveillance room.
Huh. Looks like the main fuse is gone.
That's why there's no power? Why would somebody do that?
Good question. I don't fucking know. Oh shit!
What is it?
Shotgun shells.
Silver shells. How'd they get down
Silver
here?
shells. Silver shotgun shells.
This is probably how he got upstairs and attacked Caitlin. These fucking guys are everywhere.
Oh my god! I thought Emma, the way she was standing leaning against the wall, I thought that was the ghost. Or the hag, I mean. Do we pick up the silver shell? Can we pick them up, please? Hey, yo? Kind of useful? Bro? Nah. That ain't it. That ain't it. What's this?
What'd you find? Oh, I'm just checking out this ladder. Is that a tiny little door up?
Oh, this is the trap door. This is the trap door.
Yeah. We'll open it up. Why? We don't know what's up there. Exactly. Have you not been paying attention, like, at all? Okay, what I mean is, it might be good for us to have an escape route. You know, we don't know what's up there. The lodge, there also could be a way for us to defend ourselves. Okay. Guess that makes sense.
I guess. Or, don't be fucking dumb. There's no point. Oh my god, she's actually climbing. I think this leads to Chris Hackett's office, though. Which should be a fine spot, right? Yeah, that's Chris Hackett's office. That was it? That didn't do shit.
Oh, they ain't getting through there in a hurry.
I'm so confused what just happened.
Huge.
Where are we? Are we in the attic?
You'll feel better soon.
Cool.
I'm feeling pretty good, actually.
What are you doing? Stop it.
Do you smell that?
No.
Never mind. Let's just find another way down. A way to Chris Hackett.
Is she turning?
Or
Like
just
right
a
now?
Way out, maybe. I'm done being chased and stabbed.
Sure. And another way out. Fine.
That's him! That's Chris! Chris Hackett!
Huh.
What's that?
Proof we're on the right track. Stay close.
Yeah, all the better to see you with, my dear.
Shh.
I mean, I know that's him. I see him. I know that's him. It's kind of dark. I don't see what's going on over here. See a red light kind of over there. Get stuck and break a game.
Watch your step.
Yep.
Sure thing, buddy. I like how I'm deliberately trying to avoid the thing that's literally chained over there.
What was that?
I think think we found Chris Hackett. Son of a bitch.
No shot. That didn't do shit to him. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? There's two here.
Not now.
Who am I playing as? I'm playing as Ryan. Confront Chris Hackett.
Silverback mirror. Bobby! The gun!
Come on, Bobby. Oh, Bobby got knocked the fuck out. It's up to me. Oh god, they're all gonna die. I have to shoot. I have to shoot. This is what I saw. I just killed Chris Hackett. I had to shoot. They were all gonna die. That was the scene. If I didn't shoot, the gun gets thrown into my face. I had to shoot. That was the vision.
Not killing me.
Yeah. Then we saw Travis die too. I thought that was... Oh my god.
So, what now? Everyone's back to normal?
What? Oh. You think this is over?
Oh fuck. It's not over.
This isn't over.
I don't understand. Chris is dead.
Oh. Oh, Chris wasn't the first.
That's not possible.
Caleb. Kaylee. The girl you killed. Her brother.
Caleb was the first?
What?
Caleb bit Chris and Kaylee. Chris was just trying to protect him. He was a good man, my brother.
Well, then who bit Caleb?
Silas.
The White Wolf.
He's a gypsy, transient. He'd been long gone from the area, but we hoped he'd come back so we could end this. Anyway, there's sightings up and down the coast. A feral albino child, giant white wolf.
White wolf.
What? What'd you say? Where?
Where'd you see it?
Hey, let him go!
At the cabins earlier tonight.
What? What? Okay. When? Where? What? Why? What? What?
Okay.
Where? Why? What?
Okay, it makes sense. It all makes sense. He must have been back for months, and he's what ran you off the road 2 months ago. Help me. Help me. We can still save Caleb. We can still save what's left of my family. We can help those who are still alive.
No. I don't want to be mean.
Why the hell
This
should
is...
I trust you?
I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm telling you we can end this. We kill Silas, everyone gets better. Everyone who's still alive, anyway.
Okay. So, where would we even find him?
I know exactly where to find him.
Okay, let's go.
Oh my god.
Doesn't mean I forgive
That
you
means.
for what you did to me.
I understand.
Yeah, no.
Can someone please get me some fucking clothes?
You had your chance. You had your chance to wipe out that wretched family, and you failed.
That was kind of weird. It lagged.
Doesn't matter.
It's lagging. What the fuck is lagging?
There's still time. We can still come out on top. Past is the past. Let's just look to the future, shall we?
Okay.
The sun. The vitality of a new day.
A boy and a
Still
white
time
wolf.
to wake up to the warmth of a night survived. Your choices, your actions, your very life hangs in the balance. It's up to you to find your path in the darkness and see the sunrise.
And a
once
stray grain of rice flies straight into your throat. Oh god. You okay, Casey? You got food though, at least, it seems like.
Judgment.
Judgment Day.
The bells of judgment cry bloody murder. Or do they? The fury of a hatred earned. A fate deserved. Likely. But he may have
like
his
her.
uses. Though he won't forgive. He won't forget.
Hierophant.
The Hierophant. Where did you find this? Where did you find it? This shouldn't be here. He's been through enough pain. No. My poor boy. You see what they did to us?
Six years ago. Eliza. I'm playing as Eliza right now, the old cunt. Wait, her name's Liza? No. It's not Hag. It's not Hag. That's silly of me to think it's Hag.
What have they done? What have they done?
What have they done? Who did this? Silas the amazing dog boy? Silas the dog boy.
I don't know. Silas, my boy. Oh.
What happened? What the fuck happened? Let me jump. So this isn't like a long time ago. This is actually kind of recent. She is from the fire 6 years ago. Oh god! Dodge that shit, Eliza! Oh, that was a clean juke. She ain't getting penetrated today. Okay, what happens if I let her get hit by that though? What happens? Huh? Sheriff. Oh, that's a blood tube.
Mommy's coming, Silas. Mommy's coming, Silas! Silas! Silas!
What the fuck? Did she just die? No. I mean, she's alive. She's alive then. He's like a magician or something. A proper psychic.
No, no, no. My poor boy. You see what they did?
That implies she lived. Or did she die from the bomb? No.
He's
No,
out
I
there
don't know.
still, all alone.
Not the bomb, the...
Each full moon they hunt him, armed with silver, trying to put an end to a curse they inflicted upon themselves when they set my show ablaze 6 years ago. Stupid children. Little Silas. My little white wolf.
What happened?
He must be protected. You must not follow this path. Do you understand? Remember how I've helped you all this time. Remember how much I've done for you.
I mean, she helped me, I guess, with the visions. Chapter 10, bricks and mortar. Is that Max? Oh, he's normal now. That's right. That's right.
Look! What the fuck? Why am I on top of a fucking tree? Laura!
Blood.
Weird transformation, no?
How the hell am I gonna get down?
Motherfucker just went buck. Okay. Okay.
Where the hell am I? Oh, yeah.
Okay. Seems relatively simple.
Where the hell are my clothes? You gotta be kidding me.
Is he gonna wear the fucking... Wait, what? He is wearing her clothes. He's wearing her clothes. Hey, look at this dude. A fucking icon. Actual icon material right there. That's crazy. Max. Here's something else. Anything over here? A card, mayhaps? Yeah, he's so hot. There's nothing here, but you can walk here, though. I guess. Camera angle changed for a second, so I thought there was gonna be a card or something. Actually, let me check. It seems like it's reaching an end soon. So there might be one more card or something? The Hierophant? I don't know if the hag, quote unquote, is actually a ghost or not, though. I don't know, they said it was a ghost story. Oh, then again, Laura said it's a creature flick. But it's either she's a ghost or she has like psychic powers and she can like induce hallucinations or something. That's a huge possibility as well, I think. Why are we playing from his perspective right now, though? What does it give us? There has to be something here that is important. Right? Hey! Doing Daniel. Undecided, but probably spooky movies. We're thinking spooky movies. Just because it's Halloween season. If you want, let's do it. It'll be early in the day because I gotta account for the EU folks as well. But we can go on for a while, technically, if you guys want to. We can just keep watching stuff and chill the entire day. I'm not entirely opposed to that either. But yeah, just hang out with us in the Discord tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. It's gonna be in Discord. Twitch, you have to watch out for like copyright shenanigans. Discord, no one has to know if you don't say anything. He found nothing on the island. And now they want me to stay or leave? What? What's the point? I don't know. I'm gonna think about this. I need a little bit of time. I'm gonna get some water. I'm out. BRB. But yes, it's gonna be on Discord. I think you're already in there, aren't you, Squishy? Squishy Chan. So. Oh, okay. I thought you said something else. But yeah, it'll be in Discord. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. I didn't go to the BRB screen, and I did not hit the ad thing. That's not bad. Got me some water though. My bag. My bag. Hello, 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 hello. 11 already? Alright. Alright, hear me out. Hear me out. Why would they give me a choice? To swim or to stay on the fucking island? Why would they give me that choice? Well, let's think about the factors. What do we know so far? Silas the White Wolf exists. Caleb is a wolf. Chris Hackett's son. We've never seen Chris Hackett's son in the game, or if he's a werewolf or not, but I'm assuming he is. Max is completely alone. But do we get more of a story if we make him swim? Just swim across, get more story? Be kind of a bitch. But then again, he doesn't have to. He turned. He's good. Everything in his life is actually fine now. He just has to stay for like another few hours, and then it's morning time. Right? Unless the wolf is on the island. But there's no way the wolf is on the island. There's only one. They kept hinting at that, the fact that, well, is that a red herring? Is there more than one on the island? Oh god. Stay clear of clear water. This is potentially going to be stupid. Kind of a pussy move. But Max is kind of a baby. We're just going to make him stay. And that's it? Did I just end his story? Nothing happens? Yeah, it's 3:32. Moon's still out. He just has to stay there for like another 3 hours. And then he's good. Golden.
The table. Help me.
Oh god. Oh. Hold up. Mom just texted me. She texted me seemingly nothing. Okay. My mom's outside right now holding a venue concert thingy for Vietnamese folks where some Vietnamese singers are singing. It's kind of really random, but she's doing that right now. It's still ongoing for another hour, I think. But it's whatever. Okay. Oh, so many close face shots is giving me anxiety. That's Brenda's song. You don't want to see Brenda's song up close and like that? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Alright.
Okay. Well, can't get much worse than it already is, right? Great.
I thought the shadow.
Just like the cartoons.
I thought the shadow was someone else.
On all night. Gives us a little time.
How do you figure?
They don't like water, remember?
Right.
Right.
Oh, we should have just been swimming in the lake all night.
And die of hypothermia? No.
Right.
No.
Night's not over yet. These fuckers know we're in here, and they're coming back first chance they get.
Great news. Okay.
All right, we gotta get a vantage point.
Caitlin's thinking quite methodical. Even though she's missing pieces of the puzzle, she's thinking quite methodical. I'll give it to her. Kind of smart. What are you talking about? Hold up, sorry. Oh. Okay, I get it. She's just saying, like, in a couple of hours, if I can stay up to open the door. She's just struggling to say that somehow. Okay, I get it. Alright. But I still want to explore. I want to find this last card, if I can. Is that a card? Is that a card? No. Just to get a vantage point, but like, come on. I know those guys are dead, and whoever's left wants to help. So the only thing I'm potentially worried about is a ghost fucking me up, a werewolf fucking me up, or something else. Oh, I want to move chat over here closer. So I don't have to fucking pan my eyes over so much. What'd you eat, by the way, Kylie? Because you said you were choking on rice earlier. Sorry. You know I love you. I appreciate you. Would it be in here again? Oh, fuck. We're gonna get attacked. Making fun of me for dying.
Nani?
Thank you, Min, for the Prime Gaming sub.
I'm a happy bunny.
Oh, in any case, we got that. We got that from like the first chapter. If that is a reason why one of these characters die, I'm gonna be so pissed. Like, it accidentally falls and makes a noise and someone just dies. There's also this spot. The little freezer, right? That we saw. Oh no. I'm afraid of those fucking freezers. Those freezers, for some reason, those freezers don't have like access to opening the door on the other side. So you can accidentally get locked in there somehow. Like, it's actually so fucking scary. Like kind of like The Shining, if anyone ever watched The Shining. But thank you so much for the sub, Min, especially the Prime Gaming. That's you could have used that shit on anyone, but use it on my lame ass. Was it free for you? Sure, but use it on me anyways. And you made me fucking scared. but thank you. What that? Someone's in the military. Is that Bobby?
Nice to put a name to a big mean face. So what, you're like Mr. H's brother, I guess?
Nah, best streamer right here? Oh, shit. Nah.
Who?
You're the best streamer here.
The radio hut. Mr. H's brother, I guess?
Right.
She just drops it back on the ground. Fuck it. Ain't nobody got time for that. I mean, as long as it's helping them piece the puzzle together, I guess. Dude, the game's so dark. I wish I could like point my shotgun with the flashlight around so I can actually see where I'm going a little bit. It's kind of cringe otherwise. What's this? Brenda song found something.
Jeez, I'm see really struggling if they're begging for $1.
Oh, I want to read that. Eating like a beef curry plus rice. I guess would be easiest to explain it. That sounds good. That sounds good. I haven't had proper curry with rice in a while. That's really good. Oh, I want to see the letter. It's asking campers' parents for additional donations to help with the lodge reservation costs. Isn't that what camp fees are for? What else? Where else would that money be going? When my mother and father founded Hackett's Quarry Summer Camp in 1953, their vision was to create a space where children from across the nation could experience the true wonders of nature, and I'm proud to continue their legacy to this day. The camp's lodge has stood proud since we first obtained our gates. The legacy, and indeed the lodge itself, is now at risk. Having sought advice from a structural engineer, it appears crucial repair work is required on the masonry of the chimney column. The chimney! The little fucking stone chimney. Don't worry, your children are not in danger, but I must inform you that as of next year, we will be increasing camp fees by 5% per attendee. Times get tough. I'm reminded of our camp motto: what doesn't kill you will make you stronger. With this in mind, I hope that together we can make Hackett's Quarry stronger than ever. Am I about to bring down the fucking chimney? I to ratatata that shit down? You know? Look at turn on the fucking lights. What you up to, Min? Those are stairs up, but I kind of want to properly explore. I want to see this chimney as well. Bro, look at this dude. Oh my god, he has... That's crazy. Oh, there's a thing here.
How long has this guy been here?
I don't remember. I don't know.
A long time ago. Long enough ago that it was okay to have an oil painting made of yourself.
Kill the boyfriend? He is not the boyfriend. He is gay as fuck.
Maybe I should keep looking.
Yeah. I actually like him as a character though. He's kind of cool. I like him. I do like Dylan. He lost an arm already. Man has suffered. He has suffered. We've already been in here, haven't we? Have we been in here? Hold on. I'm trying to find evidence of whatever the fuck is going on here before the game ends. We're nearing the end. I can feel it. I can't feel it.
Poor Ian. Some camp mascot to kick it before camp starts. Well, hindsight, sounds about right.
We have a camp mascot?
But no, we did. But you didn't hear?
No.
Hear what?
He died before we got to camp.
Bummer.
Oh shit. What up, Aaron? That scared the fuck out of me, dude. What the fuck? Actually scared the hell out of me. Alright, thank you for the... God damn it. Thank you for the 3 months, the prime sub, bro. Actually made me fucking jump. It's not even a scary game. It's just I'm on edge. I'm trying my best to keep everyone alive. It's a regal oil painting of Septimus Hackett. Septimus Hackett. Dude's name is Septimus. What the hell? Where's the stuff about Ian? No. Oh, is this a camp thing? Into it all. No, yeah. You made me jump. You made me jump. Decepticon sounding ass. Septimus Prime. Septimus Hackett. Like, what the fuck is that name? Not to dog on names, but... Septimus. Is that an actual name? I guess it would be. Why wouldn't it be, right? It's kind of funny. Funny for a name. Down here. Blocked off. Right. Blocked off stuff. Doggone name. I think there's a way to make this chimney go down, and I think I'm gonna need to. I also think there's something to do with that fucking bunny toy that we saw. I'm gonna go upstairs here, see if I can. This is the dog tags. There's a little staircase up here somewhere, right? Yeah, right here. There better not be anything up here. There's a little lamp thing here. Does she have a flashlight on the shotgun? Can you please use it? Can you please use your flashlight so I can see where I'm walking? Because I can't actually see shit. Oh! The High Priestess! We found it! Found the last fucking tarot card we could, I think. Eliza was killed in the fire that broke out at her traveling show 6 years ago. Wait, really? Really? Her ghost roams the woods of Hackett's quarry ever since, and she's been determined to get revenge on the Hackett family for what they did to her. Her tarot cards, once lost in the blaze, have allowed her to guide you through the night. Through her motives may not have been transparent at first thought. So she actually did die. So she is the fucking ghost. I've played Overwatch 2 a little bit. Like a game and a half before it DC'd on me, and then I just didn't want to deal with the queue times it takes to get back into the fucking game. So I haven't like played it. But I want to. Once they like fix the servers properly, I'll probably play it. I'm not sure if they have yet or not though. Dude, I actually can't see shit. I'm so fucking blind. Is this the way down? Is it? Am I just standing in the corner of the fucking wall? Oh my, where the hell am I? Okay, there it is. Thank you, Dylan. Have you played it yet? I know Sojourn is busted. Also, I was playing. I can tell Sojourn's really strong. Okay, we go over here. And yeah. Prepare for the attack. That's it. We were watching the.
Through the summer. What doesn't kill you will make you stronger. We're here to lead the way. Mates for life, we're proud to say. Shout at Stratton, shout out loud. We're Hacketeers. 2 months and you never learn the words?
Call them out. But we were watching the Kiriko short and the Junker Queen short at the start of the stream. No shot. He falls right through it.
Showtime, motherfuckers.
Showtime, motherfucker. I don't know that came to mind. It just did.
Fuck this whole night.
I feel you, Jacob. I feel you. I'm surprised you made it this far. You guys have done shit.
I could tell you I'm sorry. More than anything.
Bro, what?
Fuck. I just wanted one more night together. Is that too much to ask for? Shit. Stop crying, you big baby.
Wait. We don't know how Nick is doing. Who attacked Nick again? Trying to remember. Scrolling back. Memory. In the woods. Nick was just randomly attacked. We don't know who attacked Nick because Chris was already upstairs in the. Interesting. Yeah, maybe Kaylee is what I'm thinking, but then Kaylee died, so shouldn't Nick go back to normal? But Nick didn't go back to normal because that happened in the second part of the next chapter. So there are other werewolves in the forest. Maybe Chris. Yeah, maybe Chris. Maybe Chris is actually here. Or he's with the girlfriend at the start. Is Jacob part of the camp group? He is part of the camp group. The two we were just playing as have no couple. They are trying to date a dude named Ryan, who's like a mysterious loner, kind of black guy, who is sometimes very cool and sometimes says the dumbest shit. Jacob is the jock that is a bit too sensitive, and he's dating someone who is known, or he was dating someone that was known as Emma, who is an Instagram influencer type of girl. And then there's Nick and Abigail, who were dating each other, or were starting to feel things for each other, but then Nick turned into some creature. And yeah, we'll see them soon, I'm pretty sure. That's just a quick little TLDR. Okay. Jacob's acting kind of crazy. Yeah, I hate it when like the person I'm dating just fucking turns into a creature, bro. Like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck?
What is going on?
There was nothing to do there. That was just to show how pathetic Jacob was being. What? Okay, no bullshit. Jacob is the jock of the group. He has done absolutely 0 things this entire fucking game. 0 things. I mean, he regretted that. Yeah, he regretted what he did, but like, beyond that, what else has he fucking done? He took the rotor arm out of the car, and then he went skinny dipping with his girl for like one last night, and then Abigail problems happened, and then he ran, and then he got caught, and then he screamed, and the dude put blood on his face, and then he ran, met up with everyone again, then ran back to go find Emma. Emma's fine. And then he got caught again by the same guys because he stepped on a bear trap, and then he got thrown in jail, and then he got unlocked and thrown out of jail, and he's still here. He's done absolutely 0 things. He had 0 impact. All he's almost done is just almost die.
There.
The entire time.
Find the others?
No, we're safer in here and it's nearly morning.
What the?
Hey yo! Hey yo! Nah, bitch, run!
Let's go.
How the fuck are we waiting? He's already in. Yeah, like barricade up. Like what?
What the fuck was that?
It's Caitlin!
Holy shit.
Well, we gotta let her in.
Oh, we can't. The office door's locked from the outside.
There must be something we can do.
Yeah, but what?
Wait, who am I playing as? I'm playing as Caitlin. Wait, where did Dylan go? I lost Dylan somehow.
Silver shells.
Oh, true.
If
She has
we can
show.
time
Yeah,
them,
yeah.
We can give them to her. She passes.
If she passes.
Beam. Caitlin's very capable. She's shown that she is very capable. I have full faith that she can. We probably have to quick time event this, but she's quite capable. Okay, yeah, that's just a quick time event. That's not as bad as I thought it would be. What's up? Yeah, I'm still streaming. Is it about the event? Okay. Okay. We can talk later. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, sorry. What happened? Quick time events. Right. He actually just fell off like that. Like, actually just fell off like that. Is that... Okay, he's back. Wait, we're trying to find the office, right?
Caitlin!
This way!
Where even is the office? I don't remember where the office is.
Over here, Caitlin!
Yes! Yes! Go! We go! Yeah, the fuck we do! We go! They have a silver shell! Yeah, we fucking investigate that shit! We have to! That's a silver shell!
Hey, I'm here!
Alright. I'm about to shoot a fool. About to shoot a fool. Yeah, buddy. Was that too far? It's on its knees. Who was that?
Fuck you. I got you, motherfucker.
You got it?
Yeah. Yeah, I got it.
Would that have been possible if Abigail died? Find Silas. Find Silas. What doesn't kill you will make you stronger. Wait, was that Nick? Oh, fuck. Did I just shoot Nick? I don't know what happened to Nick. Was that Nick? I wasn't even thinking about that. Was that Nick?
So what exactly happened 6 years ago?
There was a fire that wiped out dozens of people, and now there's werewolves and a ghost that roams the woods looking for her lost baby boy. Which I've just put together is Silas. Oh shit.
It's a long story.
No, it's not. There was a fire. Silas the wolf boy escaped, bit a bunch of your family. You failed to stop him.
Burn.
What happened in the past doesn't matter right now.
It kind of does, actually. We need to know what we're up against, at least.
What we're up against is a feral boy turned werewolf who for the last 6 years has avoided being found.
Okay.
No matter what we did. Every full moon we were out there looking. Every single one. Now the son of a bitch is finally here. So what we're up against is my only chance to end this thing for good.
Kind of feel bad for Silas.
So how do you even know where he is? How the hell are we gonna find him just driving down the middle of the road?
Oh, she blocked herself. Hey, let's go. Grab the gun. Don't take the wheel while he's driving.
He's on the roof. I can't reach the gun.
Forget that. Just get it out.
Fuck. We'll take cover. Yeah, just fucking break the car. Was it really that simple? Just break the car and he just goes flying? What? Is that enough?
Where did he go? He can't have just disappeared.
He's gotta be nearby.
Was that Silas?
Let's look around.
Are you crazy?
No reaction from driver? I mean, this guy is kind of crazy. The police officer is kind of
Are we there yet?
kind of different.
You're okay.
Been better, but yeah.
Over here.
Got some blood.
Got some blood.
Did Laura cut her hair? She did, right?
Leads through there.
What the hell happened back here? Whoa.
This is where we went off the road 2 months ago.
You're trying to decide if you should shoot me in the head right now. Go ahead. If that's what you want, I won't stop you.
What?
Yoink! No hesitation. Okay, there's
Normally,
hesitation.
I'd have werewolf's blood cover our scent, but I'm all out, so we're high risk. We could be killed. You ready to end this?
Let's fucking do this.
Go team.
Team is it? Wildcats.
It all makes sense now.
You got wolf blood?
Found it in the woods. Travis just reminded me. You should take it. There's not enough for the both of us.
Okay, so you're giving her the
I
blood?
can't do that. It's yours.
You've been through a lot more than I have. Anyone deserves to get out of this alive, it's you.
Give it to Ryan. Give it to Ryan. Fuck no.
This is yours.
We got the Sarah Connor vibes right now. Or what's the one character in Aliens?
I'll be fine.
I forgot the name of her.
I got this.
Character. Fuck, the badass woman. I don't remember. I remember the damn show.
Ugh.
Or movie. Ugh.
Pungent.
Rather stinky than dead. I mean, not. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Ryan appreciates your sacrifice. What? I'm fucked. I'm actually fucked.
Damn, this place has got some uncool vibes.
Podcast didn't do it justice.
You don't know half of it.
This is where I saw her.
Her?
I thought Max hit her, but then I was out here and she was something else.
Who?
The old woman. She was saying something over and over again.
Silas.
Oh my god, she was saying Silas.
No, that's impossible. Who you're talking about?
I saw her too. In the run tunnels.
It's Eliza Vorez. Silas's mother. I think.
No, don't be annoyed. Who was she?
Who was she?
She ran a traveling sideshow called Harem Scarum. Came here 6 years back. She kept her son in a cage. Called him Silas the Wolf Boy. Died in a fire. Some say she never left.
The Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
We've been looking for Silas ever since.
How did the fire start? Really? You're still hiding stuff?
Okay, I don't know why that just reminded me. Kylie, have you ever seen this like 3-part horror movie on Netflix? Curious.
Now?
Curious.
You blew half the head off my niece.
I forgot what it's called.
One of the kindest, gentlest souls to ever walk this earth. And all she wanted to do was help that little boy. Locked in a cage by that freak show witch.
What did she do?
Sorry, hold up.
Wanted to help him.
Travis.
She convinced Caleb to start a fire. It was just a distraction. Some hay bales. Give him enough time to get Silas out of his cage and give him his freedom.
That's not what happened.
No. Because within minutes, everybody was dead. You ever see Hayburn? Liza?
I've never seen Hayburn.
Kaylee managed to get Silas to freedom. But Caleb got bit in the process.
That's why you've been hunting him. Silas, I mean.
Every full moon for 6 fucking years.
Some hunter you are.
The fact that she's still being a dick. That's crazy.
This is all that's left.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, they still have the sign.
Any sign?
Negative.
Well, not the sign, but like the place, I mean. Any
Damn,
sign.
I never saw any of this.
I didn't even know this was here.
Ryan, stop wandering off, bro. I mean, he has the blood on his face. So if anyone's gonna wander off, it should be him, I guess. What the fuck, dude? Forgot the ghost is a thing.
Close. We must be close.
Did you both
see it too?
Kinda wish I hadn't.
Same.
Dude, that just made me jump. Oh, I actually jumped. I actually jumped. I actually jumped.
What is it?
Silas the dog boy.
Featuring Silas the dog boy.
That must be it. Careful.
Be careful, he says. Oh shit. Is he just chilling there?
Fucking Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
What's wrong?
What are you waiting for?
Shoot, you stupid girl!
No.
Laura!
Do it.
He's just a boy!
He's responsible for so much
Oh.
Do it!
I don't want to. I feel bad. He hasn't really done anything wrong.
Give me the gun.
Give it to me!
I actually fucking missed. Oh, that was actually a big mistake. I did not fucking... Nah, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Please, let's just go before we have to see him like that in human form.
It's too late for that.
Dude, I just killed Travis for no fucking reason. Why didn't I just shoot?
I bet you think you have it all figured out. I bet you think you're fucking clever.
Maybe.
I tried to help you. I tried to warn you. I even started to like you. Not now. Not after this. I will not forget what you made them do to my Silas. I've been with you all night, and I'm not about to stop now just because the night's come to an end. No. Whenever you hear a noise in the dark, a whisper from the shadows, the breath on the back of your neck, that's gonna be me. I'll be there. Now I will never leave you.
What's her name again?
Never leave you.
What's her name? I forgot her name already. Who? Who?
Oh, I could hide.
Grandma gotta take her pills.
Of the bluebird as she sings.
Man, I accidentally... Well, fuck. I just killed Travis. Oops.
Would never ring.
This is the end for sure now, though, right?
And I rise, wipe the sleep out of my eyes. My shaven razor's cold.
Having survived the night, Max is cured of the werewolf curse where Ryan shot Chris Hackett with a... Uninjured Bob was able to fend off an attack from Chris's brother in werewolf form. Chris Hackett deceased. Chris was killed when his favorite counselor Ryan shot him with silver. Constance Hackett deceased. Laura shot Constance's face off in a struggle for the gun. Oh god. Jebediah Hackett. Jebediah was choked to death by a vengeful Laura. Chris Hackett's daughter Kaylee was shot and killed by Laura, who mistook her for a werewolf Chris. Having successfully avoided infection, Jacob was freed from the Hackett basement, survived the night. Nick survived the night when Laura killed Silas. Nick's werewolf curse was lifted. So Silas was the one that bit Nick. Abigail made it to the safety of Chris Hackett's surveillance room. Okay. Same thing here. Alright. Did I save all the counselors, though? Dylan survived the night by taking refuge from Caleb in the kitchen. Oh, we killed we killed Caleb. We killed the boy. Oh my god, I feel like shit. Deceased. Travis launched at Laura when she missed her chance to shoot Silas and the gun went off in the scuffle, killing Travis. Ryan Ezrealer. Ryan was cured of the werewolf infection when he shot Chris and managed to survive the showdown with the White Wolf. Laura killed Silas with Silver Shell, curing every infected person who survived the night. Silas Laura's dead. Oh god. Laura killed Silas the dog boy in his nest. The curse of Hackett's quarry is broken. Okay.
Psycho teens charged after summer camp massacre. What do you think of that, Anton?
Psycho Teens, one of my favorite punk bands.
Okay, so I actually have a really hard time knowing if you're being sarcastic or not.
I was being sarcastic.
Okay, that actually is very on point.
I thought we'd done the whole Hackett's Quarry thing.
Not this Hackett's Quarry thing.
What was this, like 3 months ago? Old news, dude.
Anton, introductions first. We are Bizarre Yet Bonafide, the podcast of the paranormal. I'm Grace.
And I'm Anton.
And together, we explore the possibility of supernatural involvement in real life, everyday occurrences.
And that's exactly what they are. Real life, everyday occurrences.
With a shadow of spiritual, supernatural occurrences.
No.
Okay, so I hope you've got hat insurance, Anton, because I'm about to blow your mind.
Did you just ask if I had hat insurance?
Yes, it's responsible to insure those things which mean the most to you.
A hat.
Yes.
Okay, I know where your priorities lie. Go on.
Anyway, there actually is a real reason that we're coming back to Hackett's Quarry.
Okay.
There have been some developments, and I've sourced some information.
I remain skeptical, but I'm all ears. Under my hat.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Oh God, why? Why are you smiling? Stop it, I hate it.
Why? I had braces. I have to make use of them sometimes.
You do have very pretty teeth.
Thank you. That's something that a lot of podcast listeners might not know about me. So, it just so happens I've
get to the
someone
point.
On the inside. So today's episode is going to have a bit of a show and tell vibe to it.
Who do you know on the inside? The inside of where?
What?
The group, the
You know
Psycho
someone
Teens.
on the inside?
Don't we all have someone on the inside? You know, an inner critic that says, "Stop doing a podcast. No one's listening."
You should listen to that voice, Grace.
Okay, well, what I really meant is, let's call it an anonymous donation. You know, we're not the only ones who flagged this as a bizarre situation. Someone actually reached out to us. They sent us a...
It would actually... Okay.
Did you didn't open...
I'm gonna pause it real quick. I'm a fucking bird? What? It'd be really cool if there's like an actual podcast that like goes to like the spooky paranormal stuff, like weird things happening in the world. But
anyone who I don't trust anyone who listens
something like
to
this.
show.
This would be a fun
couldn't
fun
wait
podcast
to open
listen
it. Surprise!
Anonymous donation.
Okay, you've always promised me since day one of this podcast that if you could see true evidence, you will consider all options, right? Did you not say that?
I did say that, yes.
I mean, I know you...
Knowing for a fact that we would never see any evidence, I did say that.
Okay, well, we've been sent information, and we need to decide whether it's bizarre or
bona fide. Or bona fide.
Okay, fine. Let's do
Thinking
this.
of
For
bonfires
anyone
in
listening at
Elden Ring,
home, we are
or
about to open a
Dark Souls.
package from a mysterious person who listens to this show. If you are the one who sent us whatever it is, congrats, you got us.
Sorry, the tape is just really... There's just so much tape on the package. Sorry, can you help me with this? Do you have like a key I could like slice at it?
I'm not the only one that uses the key.
My key. Just use your finger.
I'm not the only one that uses the key.
Key, Anton.
No.
Give me your fucking key.
No. Get your own key.
It's not like you lock your door.
Of course I lock my door.
What are you hiding?
What am I hiding? Do you not lock your doors?
No,
Oh
I
my
have
god,
nothing
get
to
to the
hide.
point.
That ghosts are real, but you don't lock your doors?
No, ghosts couldn't open.
As
my
enjoyable
door.
as
They
this
could walk
podcast
through
would
my
be,
walls,
get
Anton.
to
You
the
need to be more
point.
concerned with murderers.
They're trying to. I get it. They're trying to stall for the
Apparently,
credits.
they found another body.
Whoa! You can't just show me a picture of a dead body. You got to tell me before you're gonna do that.
Okay, then let's take this over. Anton, can I show you a picture of a dead body?
No!
I can't work with that, Anton.
Okay, fine. Yes, it's a dead body. Okay, what is this? What am I looking at?
It's one of the hikers that went missing. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's the true part of the story.
Yeah. Ed Benson was his name. He was drowned in the lake.
Okay, drowned or was drowned?
Now you're getting grammatical.
I'm not getting grammatical. If you drown,
You just went swimming and you drowned. But if you
drowned.
were drowned, that means someone. Yeah, exactly.
Someone drowned.
Exactly, Anton.
Well, then I think I
Exactly.
implied precisely what I meant to imply. Now, of course, I can't verify this info.
Of
but
course you can.
What, do I have like a history of not verifying
Yes,
my
it's
info?
fake.
Okay, but I feel very strongly that he was drowned.
Okay, well, do the police know about this? Are the Hackett family suspects?
Okay, I like that you are getting into this. Here's the thing. The newspaper says this guy's still missing, right? He looks pretty fucking found in this picture.
Okay, yeah, I mean, he's not missing. He's right there, but why? Why would they say he's still missing?
Because it is a conspiracy, a cover-up. Don't you see? They're all in on it.
Who is all in on it? The Hackett family?
The Hackett family, the North Kill Gazette. I told you I've been suspicious of them from the start.
Okay, so there's the one hiker, he's dead. What about the other one?
Anne Radcliffe, still missing. Who knows how many bodies are still down there, though.
I don't know, this is pretty inconclusive.
Oh, look, a whole bunch of
I'm
Vietnamese
sorry
names.
that the guy drowned.
What the hell?
This
So many
kinda
Vietnamese
seems
names
like
all
a
of a sudden.
big to-do over nothing.
Or is it a big undo of something, which is what a cover-up is?
Okay, you can't just twist my words like that.
Okay, so I anticipated your skepticism, which is why I saved this little gem for next.
Finally, you're gonna present me with some ghost ectoplasm.
Put out your ring finger. I've got a little gem to slide onto it.
What do you got?
Leaked photos from the hiker's camera. Photos
Oh,
that
shit.
show them at
I forgot about the photos there.
quarry.
So, maybe they were there and then they dropped their camera. It happens all the time.
Yeah, they dropped their camera whilst being murdered. And their bags were found there too.
Oh, no way. Do you have a fake photo of them too?
Oh, please.
Okay, so you have a picture of bags. These could be anyone's bags.
Well, they match up to the ones in their photos from their camera, and they have a monogram of their initials. I think, at least. Or it's water damage, I can't tell.
Yeah, okay. That's not nothing. I'll give you that.
So, we've got to talk a little more about the Hackett family.
Right, so these guys are like the heritage landowners, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Their great-great-great-grandparents were trappers who claimed the land way back when.
They just claimed it?
Yes, they did. They put their flag on it just like the man on the moon.
Can you imagine it being that easy?
Right.
Nowadays, it's just like, I want this
Apparently,
land
when
right
they
there. I want
claimed
it.
They found quartzite.
Can you imagine if it's that easy?
Quartzite?
Okay, I was hoping you would ask. Fun fact, every building in the whole of New York is made of quartzite.
That's not fun or a fact.
Most of them are, but I digest.
Digress?
It was a pun. They dug the quarry and hit great heights of success
That's a
before
terrible pun.
Septimus Hackett,
Okay.
classic bad guy name, the seventh son of the trappers, the number 7, has great supernatural powers, closed the mine down.
Okay, so then they only had the land to live off.
Yes, you say only, but this land actually spans acres. That's a lot of forest. A lot of unexplored darkness.
Ooh, okay, a great place to hide, to have all these dark secrets for this strange, reclusive family.
And this is where we start to get a little more into paranormal territory.
Okay, here we go.
Acres and acres of haunted woods.
If you say so.
Pop, pop, peanut butter, butter pops. Pop, pop, pop 'em in your mouth.
Welcome to Bizarre Yet Bonafide, the podcast of the paranormal.
There's more, right?
Welcome back to Bizarre Yet Bonafide. Anton, today I'm actually going to pass you some light reading.
Okay, you're gonna
Oh,
make
there
me
is
read
more.
this?
There is actually more. Okay, I thought they
All
finished it. I was
right,
like, I had a lot more evidence.
This is...
What you're seeing now is a copy of a letter that Kaylee Hackett wrote to her grandma. Allegedly.
All right, this seems like more of a you job, but I suppose I
Right,
can
but
read
I
this.
feel like if some of the evidence comes from your mouth, it will have more clout.
Right, okay, here we go. Gammy,
Fair.
how long we gonna drag this shit out? I know family is the most important thing, but I want to know what's outside the forest, outside this damn house and camp, and I sure as hell know that ain't about to happen 'cause of who we are. Maybe we can explain what's going on. Fucking show people. Then they'll know we got no control over it. I know you just trying to protect us, but one day you won't be here no more, and right now it feels like we stuck in a dark hole.
We stuck in a
I
dark
can't
hole.
sleep, Gammy, or if I do, I dream about that fucking fire. We were just dumbass kids back then. I wish it never happened. Love, K, XOXO. That took a turn.
Yes. Dream about that fucking fire. Does that not read as the haunted scribblings of someone who saw something that they shouldn't have seen?
Yeah,
Don't they
no,
know about
I'm
the
fully
fire?
creeped out.
She was clearly going through some stuff.
And this is legit?
I mean, I don't know why someone would fake it. Then again, I can't verify any of this. So, you've got to suspend your disbelief slightly.
Man, this poor girl.
Yeah, there was something going on, something
Okay.
eating away at her. And that's what I want to explore.
Okay,
These
well,
bits of,
consider
bits
my
of
disbelief
evidence is kind of
suspended
interesting.
for now.
Next, we have this empty vial thing.
Empty vial thing.
Empty vial makes me think that there was something creepy in there before.
Well, it's not half full, you little optimist, okay? We've got a photo from whoever my supernatural fairy godmother may be, but what are your initial thoughts?
Your godmother sends you vials full of this. I mean, it looks like there could be blood in here.
My fairy godmother, not my actual godmother. She's estranged.
My God, what did she do?
It's actually what I did. But the important thing is, look at this vial and tell me it does not scream nefarious ritual.
Are these characters in
Yeah,
a
I
previous
mean, it
game or
seems like
something?
it could have had blood in
They
it.
sound like characters in a previous game.
Something about this doesn't look like anything normal.
Yeah, well, it's a vial full of fucking blood.
Okay, but putting the Hackett family aside for a moment, there's more to this. Are you ready for some real spooky shit?
I'm ready for real spooky shit. I don't know if you can provide it, but please try.
Don't get too freaked out.
I'll try my hardest.
Okay, do you want to hold my hand?
No.
Okay, do you need someone to comfortingly pat your back?
Please just say what you're gonna say.
Do you want me to turn all the lights on so you don't
I don't
get
want
too
you to do
scared?
anything. I want you to say what you have. Okay, so what's this? What are we looking at now?
A photo by one of the counselors, Emma Mountebank, downloaded from her phone.
Oh my God, is this real?
Well, that is what we're here to discuss.
Okay, this
That's,
looks shocked.
the picture of
I mean, doesn't it?
Okay, but if you downloaded photos from my phone, yes, they would all be shopped as well. There would be a filter on it to make my eyes look big and cheeks look pink. But I don't even think that has even any of those filters. Look at the eyes and tell me that's not real danger.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, weird, bizarre, yet bona fide.
What the hell happened?
More than
Hey.
we are being told.
Anton's believing.
There's something else.
He's
too.
starting to believe.
Okay.
Look at what happens when I put it through a negative filter.
Whoa. Okay, what is that?
It's her, the Hag of Hackett's Quarry. See? Full circle.
No. That could be anything.
I don't see this
Like
negative
what?
filter. I want to see the negative filter.
Please try to explain.
I don't know. What's that thing? There's this thing. It makes your mind. You see faces and stuff. There's people. There's Jesus shows up on toast every once in a while. This could be.
I want to see the
whatever.
negative
Well, I
filter.
don't need to hear too much more about your breakfast, but I can't believe that you're still questioning this. You're doubting your own cynicism now, though, I can tell. I can smell the doubt that you usually apply to other things on yourself. Pixar didn't happen, right? Well, so did happen.
No, pics you can fabricate. Experiences you can't. I would need to see the Hag of Hackett's Quarry myself.
Well, if you want to go to North Kill with me,
No,
I actually have a
I
really
don't.
good
Okay,
relationship.
I believe you.
Okay, but you know, I have something that couldn't be fabricated.
Claw marks in a wall. I could make this right now.
Really?
Just find me a wall. I'll take a fork and just go to town.
What an artisan.
Thanks.
Well, to me, this isn't actually
Okay.
overtly supernatural because it could have just been, you know, an animal or someone's angry parrot. But it'd be unfair not to discuss.
Right.
Why?
Because the audience has come to expect a certain length of the podcast, so we actually have to sometimes do a little bit of filler.
Yeah, that's true. We don't have much to talk about.
Well, whoever did reach out thought it was worth sharing.
There's a chance this is all just a prank, you know?
It was just a prank, Anton!
Who even are you? It's probably just some teenager who's making fun of you. It's probably that dude who came on and gave us a 1-star review.
I would love to tell you that that's implausible, but a teenager making fun of me is probably the most familiar experience of my life. Moving on! How about this? Tell me this isn't
What
freaky
even is
as
that?
shit.
Oh! Is that skin?
Skin, fur, whatever you want to call
Can't
it.
see that photo.
Okay, it looks human. Is that a tattoo?
I don't think so. Or maybe a really bad one.
Wait. Is it?
Apparently, this belongs to whatever creatures supposedly caused all this.
Okay, do we have the actual thing? Did they capture it? Can I see it in the in its weird flesh, so to speak?
You want to touch the flesh?
I want to touch the flesh.
Well, fortunately, the person who sent this to me was smart enough to know that it would be dangerous to
Okay.
steal the actual evidence, not to mention they might suspect that you, Anton, would hide it away so as to sabotage this legitimate investigation.
Okay, that's fair.
Right,
but-
I am known for destroying evidence. Convenient that we can't see the real deal, huh?
Come on, man, you're desperate not to believe.
If there's reasonable doubt, you have to assume it's not real.
Oh my god.
Fraser.
But look at
Anton's one of
everything
those
we've
guys,
seen.
the
Put
Occam
it all
Razor guy.
together, objectively.
So, what we've got here, this could incriminate the Hackett family, or what's left of them at least.
There's no one left.
Wait, you believe it?
I don't know, at the very least we should tell someone. The police should know, right?
So you believe it? All of it?
No, not the supernatural stuff. I'm talking about killing those hikers. We've got a body, evidence they were there. This is real stuff, Grace. It's stacking up against the Hacketts. We might actually know something.
We got a whole flapjack stack of evidence.
Yes.
So what do we do?
Shut off the podcast and report this to somebody?
What? No! Anton, we finally have something going here. It's getting juicy.
Yes, we have something real. Actual people have actually died. This is actually crazy. Grace, you did it. Just take the win. Let's turn this off and actually report it.
No, say actually more.
Ass.
Hiker remains recovered. Hacker family suspected. Surviving member of the Hackett family has been arrested and charged with the murder of missing hikers Edward Benson and Anne Radcliffe. I'm still a motherfucking crow. How many pieces of evidence we found? We found 8 out of 10. I missed the final big piece of evidence, it seems. Scarred flesh. Could you find me some of the videos on, like, should we play through this again? I feel like that's gonna take a long time unless there's like if there's not a skip option. like skip dialogue option, because when I played in the other playthrough, I was trying to skip stuff. It wouldn't let me skip. I kind of want to see like different endings and also see like all the different evidence pieces, but I'm not sure if I want to play through it again just to get it. I saved all the kids, all the counselors. Well, not kids, they're counselors, but I saved them. I accidentally killed Travis. Kind of feel bad about that. Might go back and try to save him. But we'll see. We'll see about that one. I ended up killing every single fucking Hackett family member. Like, actually. There was also the bit in the kitchen. Could I have lived without killing Caleb? Because they talked to a big deal about not killing Caleb. And then I just lit up Caleb. For no reason. What if I shot his foot? Yeah, there's no skip for this. So we're kind of going through it right now. I thought it was at the end already, though. Anger 13 games. But what do I think of the game? All this is going. Overall, I think it was a pretty fun game. Supermassive Games is interesting. I like what they do with Until Dawn. This is, I think, the second game of theirs I played. Quite enjoyable type of games. I hate it when the characters do some really dumb shit sometimes, or they have some really dumb dialogue options. But it wouldn't be a horror situation if they weren't dumb enough to get into the situation in the first place. So I kind of understand that. But overall, I still think it was really fun to play. Voice acting was pretty good. The performances are pretty good. I wish there's more things to do with like some of the counselors, like Jacob. When I was talking about Jacob, he actually didn't do shit. He was being a total little baby the entire time until the very end. So that was kind of sad. But everything else, I think I enjoyed. The characters, most of them I liked. But there's no like epilogue scene, is there? Is there any epilogue? Like, do you see them all get together? So I don't know if Nick and Abby get back together, like who gets back together, like I don't know shit. Is there an epilogue? There's an epilogue. There we go. Like the Def Rewind feature. The feature allows you 3 opportunities for a single playthrough to reverse a playable character's death and try it again to save them. Use your 3 lives wisely. Sure. Saved everyone anyways. Pretty good. We saved everyone. I actually saved everyone. Yeah, I'm gonna see if there's videos on this. I don't know if I want to actually restart, if that makes sense. A hat? No, not a hatchet. What's the game called? Quarry Endings? Let's see what we could have done. There's an hour worth of content. No shot. Should we do this now or should we do this later? I mean, we'll just fucking do it now. I didn't realize that's in the right scene. We'll just right now. Though I do have to do one thing real quick before I do this. The endings are pretty short. I had to change the temperature because it's so fucking hot in my house. I'll get it back. See why? It was 76 degrees in my house. 76 degrees. Ayo. Ayo. Okie dokie. Good ending, bad ending, true ending, and secret ending. Secret ending?
Man, this place is huge.
I want to skip through some of the parts. They fall through here. Okay, they fall through here. What happened? Oh, wait, what? They both die? I guess that makes sense. Bricks and mortar.
The table, help me.
Okay. Right. Explore the spot. Prepare for attack, that's fine.
Shit. Stop.
Whoa. What just happened? What did I just see? Does he actually have a chance to die here? Is that why they play this? There's no more blood on his face. Oh god, he can actually die. How the fuck does he die here, though? How does he die here? Bro, how does he die? There is actual content for this part of the game. I was wondering what the hell happened. Why there was nothing. Did he like go too early? Who even is that? Who could that be? Chris is dead. Oh, Chris got out. Maybe that's Chris.
Not this time. Fucking idiot.
Okay. That's funny. That's interesting.
What is going on out there? Should we go find the others?
No, we're safer in here.
Yeah, they run. That's smart. She goes outside here. Never saw this part. We never saw this part. Let's see. Wait, but she doesn't have the silver bullet. It's hiding now? All right, hold your breath. What the fuck is this? This is content. What about Dylan, bro? The fuck was that?
Really?
No? Oh, okay.
He's gonna fight the damn thing with a fucking pan. I'm kind of curious what would have happened if we went to the kitchen. We hold our breath. We don't breathe. We don't breathe. We don't like to breathe in this house. No, no, no. Oh. Wait, she's going in the freezer. I would never. I would actually never. He's decoy. Where's the decoy? It locked. It actually locked. I mean, Dylan's there though. I guess Dylan's not there. So Dylan fucking dies, I guess, in the kitchen. What do you do that? They didn't have the damn thing, the little toy. They didn't have the toy. Maybe we could have trapped Caleb inside there.
It's been an interesting night, wouldn't you agree? The cycle continues, for some at least. I have to admit, you've disappointed me, but not as much as you could have done. We're bonded now, you and I. And though the doesn't belong,
Let's go through this.
I will never see you die.
So she's just always annoying. Bobby Hackett uninjured was able, so we can keep Bobby alive. Thanks to Bobby fending off Werewolf Chris, Jed survived the attack at Hackett House. What? How the hell does she even live? Chris Hackett's daughter Kayla was shot and killed by Laura, who mistook her for Werewolf Chris. Can we save her as well? Chris Hackett's still infected. Dodging the snatch trap, Jacob avoided becoming a hanging snack for a werewolf Chris, as a curse wasn't broken, Chris was face it again at the next full moon. Survived the full moon in werewolf form. Okay. She made it. Caitlin. Wait, what? Emma survived the night in the safety of Chris Hackett's surveillance room. Caitlin froze to death in the freezer when nobody came to free her in the morning. She froze to death? Oh my god, that's unfortunate. Having survived another full moon, Caleb Hackett returned to his human form. So if you use the decoy... Oh, I get it. You use the decoy, the bunny, you throw it inside the freezer, and then you lock Caleb in the freezer. But then Caleb would die, still. I don't know. But he's a werewolf. Maybe he wouldn't. I don't know. Alright, ending 2. That's what ending 2 is all about.
No, it's
Skip
not.
through like the action. Where do things actually go down? We QTE to save our head. What happened to her? You grab the gun, right? Like, oh, she actually takes the wheel.
Travis, get it together, come on!
To be honest, I didn't realize that Travis was like passed the fuck out.
I got it. Just get down.
That was very last minute. Okay, it's the same shit then, right? So it wouldn't have really mattered which one I chose.
Where did he go? He can't have just...
Okay. Ending 2. This is pretty close to what I remember earlier. We had this. I accidentally killed Travis there. Yeah, I accidentally killed Travis there. No, I really did not mean to.
Are you sure about this?
So he does live. You can definitely make him live. Yeah, Travis is literally just standing there. I messed up my quick time event when the thing happened, and he died.
Please, let's just go before we.
My bad, Travis.
See him like that.
My bad. My fucking bad, bro.
For that.
I thought Laura was gonna die when I messed up, though. To be honest.
Forget what you made them do whenever you...
Okay, yeah. Ending 3. Let's see what this is. This is a short one. Very short one. Maybe she doesn't shoot. What happens if you don't shoot at all?
What's wrong?
What are you waiting for? Shoot, you stupid girl!
He doesn't raise gun again.
Laura!
Do it.
He's just a boy!
He's responsible for so much death.
Says you!
Do it!
No!
Give me the gun.
So this is what would have happened if we juked.
I should have killed you when I had the chance.
What the fuck? What, dude? She could have shot the dude. So that's what would have happened. That's what would have happened if I did that. I would have had another chance to shoot the wolf, and I would have made things right if I didn't fuck up my damn quick time event. That's so random.
Thought you were clever, didn't you? I knew my boy would be okay. with me watching over him. I'll never forget what you tried to do. I've been with you all night, you know, and I'm not about to stop
All right.
just because the night's come.
This Baba's a little crazy.
No. Whenever you hear a noise in the dark.
So it's basically the same line. Same line. Family matters. Wait, they're just showing scenes of nothing. What? Did nothing happen? This is an alternative scene.
Give it to me.
Oh, this is our scene. This is the one we accidentally did.
What have you done?
Well done, well done.
That's what we accidentally did. And then we shot him. Okay, that's our ending.
Now there's.
Is actually.
Wait, is this one where she gets knocked the fuck out or something? No! 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 Oh, she doesn't die. She just gets knocked out.
It's on the roof. Where's the gun?
Forget that.
Get out!
Said, no, I'm grabbing this gun with a smile.
Ryan, wake up!
Yes!
What? Oh my god. They're not showing the deaths in this. I kind of want to see a video of all the deaths in this game now. I'm kind of curious how many different ways someone can fucking die. So they crash. What happens now? Did he eat her? They skipped the deaths. I don't know if she died or not. I'm guessing so. A little white wolf. What'd you say? That's it. Alright, ND6. That's a possibility. Silas dies on the road instead of back at the little camp or whatever. This seems like a proper horror movie ending, though. That seems like a proper horror movie ending. Like, if this is gonna be a movie, they end it on like that. I'm guessing the two people in the car are still dead. Because the guy got his head taken off. And the person... Laura... Wait, no, what? With her final breath, she shot him dead. Oh, she died as well? Was shot dead by Laura. The curse of Hackett's quarry is broken. What about the rest? Are they dead? What's this one?
Thanks. For, not killing me.
Okay.
Likewise.
So, what now? Everyone's back to normal?
Can't let you go.
What happened to him?
What?
What? Maybe pulled out. Oh yeah, he bled out to death, and he didn't get a bite from Laura. Better shoot him. He just walked up and grabbed it. He's turning slow. Oh god, he's gonna shoot. He's gonna shoot. He's not gonna shoot. He's going for the creeper ending. What is this? Sex slave ending? What is this?
Is that it? Travis! 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 Travis!
Is that really one of the endings?
You had your chance. You had your chance to wipe out that wretched family, and you failed. Doesn't matter. There's still time. We can still come out on top. Past is the past. Let's just look to the future, shall we? That was your last chance. I can't help you anymore. You're on your own.
Okay, so she does have unique lines depending on what you do, I guess. The hag. Bricks and mortar. Oh, this is the max. Okay, yeah. What just happened? Oh, he fell. I thought he died. Let's get through the max stuff though. Alright, I want to see what he does. What do, Max? What do you do? What do you do? Do you stay? I'm gonna stay. I want to see him swim to the shore. I really want to see him swim to the shore. Let's see what happens. Because nothing happened. He stayed and he just lived. Investigate. Right. And then we shot him, and then he dies.
Whatever darkness from the night still recently they brought upon.
What ending is this?
The curse is broken. Whatever the cost, whatever darkness from the night still remains, the future, at least, is now a little brighter. What happened to this family they brought upon themselves, and you shouldn't pity them. I knew I could rely on you. I knew that if orchestrated properly, the events of Hackett's Quarry would unfold just the way I wanted them to. And now, well, I suppose it's goodbye. Don't worry. I'll never forget how you helped me.
That was kind of creepy. Survive the night. Constance Hackett is alive. Chris Hackett is dead. Chris was killed when his favorite counselor Ryan shot him with silver. Get fucked, nerd. Laura Kearney's alive. Locked in the basement by Travis. Emma survived the night. Yep. Caitlin survived the night. Okay. Cool.
Not killing me.
What is this?
Likewise.
So, what now? Everyone's back to normal?
What?
This one's shorter.
This is...
He bleeds out, right? Oh, because she shoots him now. They cut it so fast. Skip through a little bit. Oh, wait, he swims over. What? What is this? Something's different there. Laura came over. That's Laura, right? Who is that?
You lost, man?
Max. Yeah. What are you wearing?
Oh, you mean this whole thing? Just something I threw together.
Okay, so that's why this is what would have happened if we killed Travis. There would be no reason to go further.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of a sweet ending.
Can we go home now?
Something bad gonna happen if they go home? Okay, no. That's that ending. The werewolf lineage broken. After killing Chris, he bled out. Caitlin was caught by Caleb in the kitchen, but her werewolf blood stopped him from killing her. And then there's also this little tidbit where Dylan lived to see the sunrise thanks to Caitlin trapping. So you could have trapped Caleb in the freezer. Caleb's werewolf infection protected him from the cold of the freezer, so he's still alive. I could have definitely saved more lives. It seems like. What the fuck is this? I don't even know how this happens.
No, no. Hey!
Did he shoot Lisa? Or at least Laura? You shot Laura? You can do that? Oh, what the fuck? Alright, skip through this. Right, we know he gets seen by Chris Hackett. Just don't do anything at all. What happens? Running out of time.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Is she turning? Caitlin can get infected somehow? You can actually get infected.
Let's go.
What the fuck? Ending seems so jank. Is she turning though? She looks like she's turning, doesn't she?
Silver shells.
Ah! Not London Tipton. Huh. through it, skipping through it, skipping through it, skipping through it, skipping through it. Caleb caught Caitlin in the attic, but spared her life due to her werewolf infection. Still infected. Hidden the classroom, surviving the night, and avoiding infection. I knew Caleb was around. I knew the little shit was around. Oh. There's also the evidence too. There's a different ending if you have all the evidence. This guy doesn't have it all. A quarry. Evidence.
They'll know we got no control over it. I know you just trying to protect us, but one day you won't be here no more. And
Fire, does that not? Not doing anything illegal. Believe? Well, it was never.
my disbelief suspended. For
Right.
So I don't think that's going to be a problem for this. Spend your
That was that.
fire. Does that not be a problem about it? What?
This is new.
Signed by Travis Hackett.
We're not doing anything illegal.
Aren't we?
Think about it.
I guess it wasn't technically sent to us.
Cease and desist letters come from people hiding stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
And next we have this empty vial thing.
Who we are.
We saw the empty vial.
Is a bear?
Mounted on cams in Hackett Wood. Capitalism, baby.
Oh, cool.
Whole video.
Yes, of course. Is there a mountain bike involved?
No, but take a look anyways.
Okay. That.
I wish they show. They really should have put more effort into this epilogue stuff.
No way that is a bear.
Okay. Well,
this thing here, this part here.
This could be
Fucking full screen this shit, so I can see everything. And then when they play the video, play the video.
Blurry and convincing. Sometimes the truth can't be contained within the lines.
Right, yeah. And also, footage is pretty easy to fake. Technology is super scary.
Yeah, but what the hell were the Hacketts doing with footage like this anyways?
Huh. That's a good point. Weird little video of a skinny bear. Yeah, I don't know.
Again, you keep saying a skinny bear. Have you seen a skinny bear?
Yes, that's
Bears
very
are
sad.
huge. Oh.
Yeah, polar bears, it's hard for them to find food sometimes. Don't feel too bad for them, though. They're nasty.
Okay, but putting the Hackett family aside for a moment, there's more to this. Are you ready for some real spooky
Damn, that's kind of
shit?
sad.
I'm ready for real spooky shit. I don't know if you can provide it, but please.
All right, come on, give me the last bit of evidence. Give it to me.
Too freaked out.
I'll try my hardest.
Okay. Do you want to hold my hand?
No.
Okay. Do you need someone to comfortingly? Want me to
You have. Okay, so what's this? What do we
think? Downloaded from her phone.
Doesn't it?
Okay, but if you downloaded photos from Pink, weird.
Bag of for
us. Whoever
star review 2. It's weird.
Beat. Not
That's the weird flesh.
5 to
evidence. Trying.
you. We're not the authorities.
What? It's not like we have a moral duty to take this evidence to the authorities.
We do.
Anathema? Teens acquitted. Evidence proves shooting was self-defense. A group of summer camp teens charged with murder were released today after new evidence brought to light by podcast studios show that the death of Kaylee Hackett was accidental, caused by self-defense. That's really it. There's no like scene of them like getting together.
Okay, but okay. Them.
There's another piece of evidence that I didn't get. It's the bags.
All right, but I
She was clearly going podcast of the it's
I want to see who lives here. We know who lives. That guy lives. Chris Hackett is dead. Abigail lives. Dylan lives. Ryan lives. Laurie lives. So you can save everyone. Kind of. He has to live with the rest of his life knowing he caused the deaths of his sister and father. Besides his sister and father, everyone else can live. But if the father lives, then people die. Psycho. This is the first ending I've seen with a psycho teen and changes to teens acquitted. Evidence. Others say Psycho changes to unidentified animals loose in Northkill. For those who don't know, this one because Chris, Kaylee, and Silas were the ones killed. The game we'll talk about after the end. What? Caleb would die if he trapped in the freezer. If he's still infected, wouldn't die. But yeah, but that makes other people would die because for Caleb to stay a wolf, you can't kill Silas. Caleb freezes death in the freezer. Is there a way to prevent that? If you don't kill Silas, Caleb will stay a werewolf and won't freeze to death. Wait, Dylan and Kaylin can get infected as well? Save Caitlin, and Caleb. It's like Caitlin be bit, and then when Caleb goes to kill her, he doesn't because she's a werewolf, and then you kill Silas and cure everyone. Yeah, but that situation, Caleb has to die. Caleb freezes, and she dies. What the fuck? I don't know. It seems like there's actually a lot more to this game than I realized. Hmm. All this happened because one guy wanted to spend another night with the girl he liked. I didn't get a perfect ending, but I mean, I guess we saw everything, more or less. Anywho, did I speed run through entire stream just to get Abigail to barely have a presence in the game? Yeah, I guess I did. I didn't realize. I mean, she gave the bullets to someone, so you know, saved that person. But that was it, really. Am I gonna play through this game again after seeing those? Probably not. Maybe if there's like some cool scenes, I'd be down to watch. But it seemed like the ending itself kind of lame. Like the entire game to that point is pretty cool, but the ending itself, like the very ending itself, is just a podcast. Which I enjoyed the podcast bit for the evidence. I just wish it got to the point a bit more. But I know they were just stalling for the end credit scenes. But really would have been nice if the game showed like scenes of the gang afterwards instead of just a police car. Like we saw no interaction between the characters after the end, which I thought was kind of lame. But anywho, I'm tired. I'm gonna find someone to raid. Uh, yeah, yeah. This person's playing Phasmophobia. Nah. Anyone playing anything spooky? Spooky. Fuck. This person's playing Resident Evil. They're yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah. Good night, Kylie. movie night tomorrow, maybe, if you want to come hang out. That'd be fun. I don't know what movies yet exactly, but that could be fun. I'm tired. We beat the game though. Anywho, I'll see you later. I'm just gonna end stream and hop on to bed. Oyasumi. Good night. Take care. Oh, I'm just gonna hit raid now as well. Bye bye.